prestigious workshop sessions at the NIES 2026. A round of applause for yourselves. Yeah, we sound warmer this morning. That's nice. I hope you had a restful night. You all look very rested this morning and very pumped up for what's about to happen in this place. All right. If you find any seat in front of you, please just fill it up. Just move to the next row. You find any pockets of seats in front of you, just move to the next. We really appreciate that. And the VIPs can come to the front and join Alhaji Mohammed here. All right, please fill up the seats in front. Beautiful ladies, please come forward. Thank you. And gentlemen, handsome gentlemen, please move forward. Ladies first. Mr. Michael, you can just join them for gender balance, please. It looks good on camera when there are no free seats in front, you're right? So, Dame, your position is in front actually, because of who you are. You're supposed to be here. Joanne, I'll need someone to fill it, so you can just bring anyone that. Maybe the guy is coming in, so we can just. Okay. All right, on behalf of our organizers and our sponsors of this event, I want to welcome all of you to what promises to be another insightful day of conversations that will shape the future of Africa's energy landscape. Today, our focus is on energy transition, decarbonization, competitiveness, and practical pathways for Africa's evolving energy mix. Without further delay, we'll begin our first conversation at once. Are you ready? Are you ready? If you're ready, say aye. If you're not ready, say aye. The ayes still have it. All right, very quickly, the topic for today is energy transition in emerging economies, a just and peaceful path forward. My name is Elvis Nekusagba, and I'll be your host for today. So this subject examines a critical question, and that question is, how do emerging economies like Nigeria pursue climate goals without sacrificing development, jobs, and social stability? What this panel will do for us today is to explore what a just and peaceful energy transition truly means, balancing global climate commitments and national realities, workforce protection, local content, and inclusive growth. So to help us take this further, we have a moderator that will take this up. And what her job today will be to help guide this conversation. And we have an accomplished professional and a thought leader who will do this for us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the literary consultant, Ms. Folakemi Ajala, who will serve as the moderator for this session. A round of applause for Ms. Folake, please. Folakemi Ajala, I hope I got that. Please, this way. Please clap for her until she gets on stage. All right, Mr. Jala, you have the floor now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I think this is working. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this workshop session. It's my honor to help guide this conversation. It's a very important and key conversation in today's energy landscape. And I have the honor of having accomplished professionals on this panel and I will be calling them up. As I call them up, please give them a very, very warm welcome. First on our list, please help me welcome Professor Eli Didere Bala. I hope I don't murder names today. He's the head of the Department of Petroleum and Energy Resources at the African University of Science and Technology. You're welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Next is Professor Ibrahim Alaji Dodo Suleiman. He is from the Department of Petroleum Engineering, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. Welcome, sir. And then we have Dr. Lawal Adegboyega. He's the Principal Scientific Officer, Federal Ministry of Environment, and an Environmental Safeguard Specialist for the Rural Access and Agricultural Projects. Welcome, sir. And we have Professor Kafayat Adeyemi, Professor of Energy and Environmental Engineering, Department of Mechanical Engineering, University of Abuja. Please let's make her welcome, the only woman on this panel. Okay, well, women supporting women. We are the two, you're the professional and the moderator. Thank you so much. We have one more panelist who we will introduce when he gets here. Welcome. All right. Fun fact, Dr. Lawal Adegboyega used to be my senior colleague at the Federal Ministry of Environment before I resigned to pursue what I'm currently doing now. So it's good to see you again, sir. Thank you for being here. So this is a very important conversation we're about to have today. We'll be asking some very important questions, and I know that the answers you will give will provide clarity and help. We're not just going to be having empty conversations. It's going to help everyone who is listening to provide sort of like a roadmap concerning this topic. I like the topic. It says a just and peaceful path forward. There is no justice, or there is no peace where there is no justice. So when we have transition of any kind, we've been talking about in the energy space now, it is the buzzword is transition to clean energy, transition to clean energy. And in any transition, whether good or bad, something is always lost. Something is always lost. So the important thing is, how do we manage these losses so that the gains are more than the losses? So that is what we're going to be talking about today. I'm going to begin with Professor Bala. My question to you is, how are you training the next generation of engineers to be policy literate so they can navigate and close the gap between high-level mandates like the Petroleum Industry Act and actual technical execution? Professor Bala.
Thank you, Mr. Jala. Well, we are you introduced me as from African
University of Science and Technology, yes.
The African University of Science and Technology, AUST, is not a public institution. It's a private institution, non-governmental organization. And the Department of Petroleum and Energy Resources, well, it actually began as Department of Petroleum Engineering in 2007. And then we had been producing postgraduate students only, MSc and PhDs. It was in 2017 that the idea to commence undergraduates came up. And by 2022, we had the go-ahead from the National University Commission to commence the undergraduate programs in the petroleum and energy resources. Certainly, at the undergraduate levels, you find out that, I think from the NUC curriculum, no course as such on energy policy, no course on either petroleum policy or in general petroleum or specific petroleum policy. But it's embedded somehow in the program of engineering, economics, and law. Engineering, economics, and law. Certainly, before an instrument becomes an act, it has to be first as a policy, preferably, perhaps from the executive, becomes a policy, and thereafter it's given a legal backing, and then it becomes an act. So I think this, in our own, from our own side, the students are introduced through the course of engineering, economics, and law. But I think it's a very fantastic idea for the students to be fully aware of the policies, the petroleum policies, which are now been encapsulated into the Petroleum Industry Act before they graduate. And because the industry is driven by the Act, it's basically driven by the Act. And also the Act, well, the acts that came in 2021, that's Petroleum Industry Act of 2021, well, the processes of harmonizing all the oil and gas laws began in 2000 through the Oil and Gas Implementation Committee. And then it took 20 years to really get it out of the system as an act. I don't know. I personally worked on the production of the National Energy Policy, of which petroleum is a subsector. We also began in 1993, and it never saw the lights, it never saw the approvals of the Federal Executive Council until 2003. That's about 10 years. 2003, that was about 2 years. So there are also gaps. At the Petroleum Industry Act, certainly there are gaps in their implementation. And I think it's really wise, it will be proper for our students, before they graduate, to be introduced to the Act, and before they come to see the gaps that are there. But I think going forward at AUST, we're going to introduce a course on policy, or generally on energy policy, planning and analysis. And in this program can be either at the MSc level or at the PhD level. I think that will expose even those in the fields to come and acquire more knowledge on the policies and acts, either in the petroleum or in general in the energy sector. Because apart from Petroleum Act, we have the Electricity Act, which encompasses, you can't have electricity without without the fossil fuels or the petroleum. Yes. Because over 80% of our grid-generated power now is from natural gas. They are gas-powered. About 15 to 20% are from the other sources of energy, mainly hydropower. So I think your question is apt, and it also pricks us to ensure that before our students graduate, they are really exposed to the instruments used outside the university in operating the industry, particularly the petroleum industry.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Bala. And this sort of challenge or encouragement will go out to students, undergraduate students, postgraduate students, to also educate yourself on policy matters, because it is when you are aware that there is policy concerning a certain subject that you can now begin to hold people accountable and say, hey, look, the policy says such and such, and the practices do not follow the policy. And so if we are not policy literate, we really don't have a leg to stand on, right? Because what are we saying? So it's an encouragement if you are involved, and I thank Professor Bala, because you have made a commitment that it is something that will be introduced, and I hope that our educational institutions will take this very seriously as well. All right, Thank you very much again, Professor Bala. I'll be coming to you, Professor Ibrahim Suleiman. And your question is, how can advanced techniques like ultrasound energy for improved oil recovery be deployed to maximize our current production so that we do it cleanly? So we also ensure that we fund the transition through efficiency rather than just new drilling. Okay, I think you have a mic.
Thank you very much. Members and my senior colleague, he has already drilled well on the energy policy because he was in charge. For those of you who don't know, maybe I thought you would say that one time DG Energy Commission of Nigeria, so he knew all about energy, they were all through his table. Now my own question goes to improve oil recovery or enhance oil recovery using ultrasound system or energy. Now, how do we do that? How do we deploy that? Just as a preliminary, I believe my student will be supposed to know that when we talk of this type of method to improve oil recovery, it's a downhole equipment we put down there, create waves inside the well, or in the reservoir to say, so that we have some leftover crude oils that could not be easily produced through primary and secondary processes, which we all know. So now, we don't want to spend much money drilling another well because it's not only the cost, but it has carbon footprint. We want to drill more oil, you know what it takes, quantum of the carbon that will be emitting. So what do? We go down to the reservoir, put simple equipment, use waves to vibrate formation rocks, so that the leftover or the left behind crude oil can easily be shaken, removed, and be produced. By this, we are going to continue having more crude oil without necessarily drilling another well, and thereby increasing our production without causing environmental problem. The basic challenge we face in the oil and gas industry is environmental consequences. That happens to oil companies. They pay heavy money when it comes to carbon emissions. They pay heavy money when it comes to environmental damages. So how do we do that? We use a simple technology, vibration. In fact, these days, we are working hard. There are some researches from some of our students going on to make sure that we are able to include piezoelectric energy system, where our movement on the surface of the oil production, which everybody knows, if you have been to oil field before, you know the heavy type of machineries we use, the level of movement up and down. So we want to harness those energy. They are called piezoelectric energy, where you use pressures there. We will now use that pressure to send it back to our reservoir to bring out our leftover crude oils that are not being harnessed. What does it do? This surface tension, try to disorganize it. We try to make sure that we're able to create molecules that will disorganize what is holding our crude back on the formation rocks. We can now produce them easily. And as a policy, what we do is we involve the community and members of our working team to know that this process is very nice, it is cheap, that means cost effective, it has environmental advantage, we don't have much carbon issue there, and then there's the issue embedded. We try to make it that, okay, gradually, as we are going, the challenges we are facing as petroleum engineers is how do we make energy available in the high quantity without causing consequences to environment and ourselves. Because it's not only the environment. Every day we shout environment, but what happened to the operator? If you are not there, you will know there's something to call environment. So for you to survive together with the environment, we take care of both the environment and the human capacity that's there. Now, one of the ways we also try to do is to continue creating topics that deal with carbon in our undergraduate level, down to master level, and at PhD level will make it opportunity because it has sponsorship. If you want to do it, you have sponsorship from the company if you want to work hard to make sure that you're able to come up with anything that will mitigate carbon print. We support that, we supervise those students, and it goes down to the society, it goes down to the company, and the companies are always ready to do that. But the issue is, let's produce much to be able to sustain the production at a high level, and after sustaining this production at a high level, we should not cause catastrophe in the environment and to ourselves. I think that's it.
All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. That was a very, I like the part of the response where you engage the community and you let them know. I mean, human beings like to know what's in it for me. And in this, in the conversations around transition to clean energy, we have to have those conversations with the community. They need to know what is in it for them. They need to know that they're not just losing something. They need to know that there is something they are getting in return. Thank you, sir. While you were speaking, we had our final panelists join us. Please make welcome Dr. Benga Godwin Oseke from the Department of Petroleum and Gas Engineering, Bayes University. You're welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause. You're welcome, sir. Okay, I'm going to move to you, Dr. Lawal, my former senior colleague. All right, so the ministry recently launched the National Clean Air Program. How are you technically collaborating with the oil and gas midstream sector to ensure that methane abatement isn't just a climate goal, but a measurable public health gain for communities currently suffering from poor air quality due to flaring?
Hello, okay,
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and I'm glad to be here. Last year, the Honorable Minister of Environment, Alhaji Abbas Lawal, launched the National Clean Air Program. And all the key line technical department of the ministry has swung into progress to see how this is being implemented in our different activities. Looking at the pollution and environmental health department, that is one department that has a direct influence in terms of public health concerns. And other departments such as the environmental assessment department, which I am from, we have also put in various measures to ensure that methane reductions and greenhouse gas emissions are curtailed within environmental impact assessment. Also, NOSDRA, which is also another agency of the ministry that looked at oil detection and response, is also looking at ways in which methane leakages from pipelines, flow stations are being curtailed with regular monitoring and leak detection and repair principles in place. So let me put more effort into environmental assessment. In terms of environmental assessment, most oil and gas infrastructure company, they reach out to us at the conception stage before the project commences. And that is an opportunity for us to bring in place monitoring parameters that can be able to arrest these leakages in terms of methane gas emission, and also to ensure the oil and gas area midstream sector complies with our nationally determined contribution towards climate change. Because at the ministry, we are always at the crossroad of enabling developmental activities while also preserving environmental and social environment, that we will not have we can have a win-win situation for both. And it's always challenging, and most times conditions in respect to follow-up monitorings and standards, compliance to standard, and quarterly monitoring reports from these oil and gas companies are most times our last resort. And science is also our last resort also in terms of holding on to operators to look into their production, look into their activities, and retweak areas in which they are not complying with the national air quality standards and international air quality standard also. If you can remember some years back, the soot issues in Port Harcourt, that was trending and the rest of them all. It was one of those residual impacts that has led to a whole lot of embarrassment to the nation with respect to air quality issues. And from that point in time to this point in time, I'm sure that we have noticed considerable progress in terms of complying to air quality measures and ensuring that air quality issues are taken into consideration. So we also align with the gas utilization and energy transition policy. We observe that some legacy operators that have currently maybe sold their facility to new or emerging operators may have been making use of some kind of technology that promotes flare in terms of horizontal, vertical flare. And most times we have recommended a change or upgrade of those facilities to ensure more of gas utilization. I can give some examples of some oil and gas companies that were asked to go dismantle their flow stations or to upgrade them to stations that are compliant to low gas flare and gas utilization and reduction in flare. So these are few of more of areas that different agencies and departments are already moving swiftly to ensure that air quality and the National Clean Air Program sees to its mandate. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'll stay with you just a little longer. So you've talked about the policy. Are there any measures, sort of sanctions that are put in place for companies that do not comply or with the guidelines? Are there defaulters who constantly default, and what measures are there to sort of, for lack of a better word, force them into getting on board with the Clean Air Program? Because at the end of the day, these communities, we sit in our offices, but the communities are the ones that are the most affected. So how are we ensuring compliance?
Thank you very much. That is a very, very exciting question based on the fact that over the years, there has been a whole lot of awareness, especially within communities. The way you tag communities are not the same way we see them currently, especially in the Niger Delta region, whereby its oil and gas facilities are more. Communities now are more aware of the national and international air quality standards, and they do not even wait for third-party consultants to carry out this monitoring. Most of them carry out independent monitoring by themselves. They have community-based environmental awareness groups that carry out this monitoring and raise these flags and raise issues. So in terms of punitive measures by the ministry, there have been sanctions. There have been stop work policies that has been enacted in some areas, in some fields, with respect to air quality issues. And to a large extent, there has been a lot of response from compliance in the oil and gas sector compared to other sectors. Because if you look at the fact that we in the Ministry of Environment, we handle other sectors from mining to agriculture, the level of compliance in the oil and gas sector in terms of standard and air quality management is commendable. However, there are gaps, and these gaps are areas in which we enforce the law. There are punitive measures in the law in terms of fines and for defaulters that have been enacted. And the community are also helping because they are much aware of these issues. And they write petitions, they sue, they send court rulings, and this has been helping a lot. This collaborative effort has been helping a lot to strengthen enforcement of air quality issues with respect to methane emissions and air quality emissions from industries. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Lawal. All right, so I just received notification that we have a little, our time is quite limited. So I'll quickly move on to Professor Adeyemi. The University of Abuja is currently benefiting from a 3.1 megawatts peak microgrid under the Energizing Education Program. As the immediate past director and pioneer director of the Energy Research Center, how can the data gathered from this campus installation serve as a national blueprint for scaling decentralized energy across Nigeria's other industrial and educational hubs?
Good morning. Am I being heard? Good morning, everyone. University of Abuja has this 3.3 megawatt solar farm. And the essence of the solar farm is to provide 24/7 electricity for students and staff of the university to carry out research and productive work. Now, that's the essence of the solar power plant, provide access to energy. Then you have the other aspect, which talks about data. If you want to drop a national blueprint plant, that's a strategy document. It could be a short-term, medium-term, long-term document to the government. How do we want to ensure citizens have access to energy, electricity in particular, in the medium or in the short, medium, and long term? You need data to do all of this. I do a quick recap of how this project started. The University of Abuja is a beneficiary in the second phase. There were the first 7 universities that benefited from the project, and I would mention that BUK was one of it. For us to start the project at University of Abuja, we need to learn from lessons of existing projects so that we would improve. What were the issues with the first set of projects so that it's not repeated, it's not a cycle now? And so we did an assessment, went to the other universities that had benefited from that project and incorporated it as suggestions to the PMU on these are the observations. Include it in your plan and your design so that these things don't repeat in our own project. Now, the project was started. And when we talk about, I'll digress a bit, when we talk about energy efficiency, transition, and clean energy, the thing that comes, the important thing is energy access. How do we provide energy for our citizens? They need this energy. When we say clean energy or energy transition, countries that talk about energy transition have tried all of that. And they know, like if you say Germany now, it generates over 200 gigawatts. So you can say, oh, I'm diversifying, I'm doing nuclear, I'm doing this. We have to use what we have. And so when we say energy transition, we need to be careful of how we look at it. It has to be just. When you are transiting, your citizens must not suffer. There should be socioeconomic development. They should have affordable access to this energy. So back to the 3.3 megawatts. It's a big farm where we have data. And you don't use 1 year data to drop a national blueprint. You use data for over a longer period of time. So I see it as an opportunity that with time, the data from the farm will be used in drawing up blueprints for national development. And as well, we're talking of a university now. This is a center for research. I already have PhD students. I think the plant has run for a year now, a year, 2 months. We're already gathering data. If you go to the plant, it's interesting. There's a wind station. So we're beginning to look at, okay, can't we do a hybrid? If we monitor the wind speeds over a period of time, someone is looking at, oh, the dust on the panel, does it reduce solar generation? So these are things that has gingered ideas and research. So it's not only about drawing up the blueprints. That solar farm also serves as solving problems so that when we say, oh, the dust on the panels reduces solar generation, we have facts, we have data. When subsequent projects are coming up in other universities to make it more efficient. With that will be taken into consideration. So it's basically both of data, research, and drawing up a holistic national plan on energy access in Nigeria, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kafayat. And I realize that we have about 4 institutions of learning represented on this panel. So I hope that there will be some sort of, because data isn't collected in a silo. So I hope that there will be some sort of collaboration amongst our educational institutions, so that, because it is for everybody, so that everybody benefits. Dr. Benga, I will come to you. Can you hear me? Okay, if you can hear me over the noise, I'll proceed. You can hear me? All right. How is Bayes University Center for Clean Energy and Climate Change collaborating with industry players like the NNPC or local operators to retrain existing oil and gas professionals for the emerging roles in green hydrogen and carbon capture?
All right. Thank you so much for the privilege to be here. And member on the panel, appreciate you. Permit my bias to also honor my academic mentors, Professor Bala, Professor Suleiman, and then Professor from University of Abuja. Yes, we have a Center for Clean Energy in the university. We have also somebody who is in charge of that, the chair, Father, to get some data of information of some of their achievements in the course of the year and since the center has been established. So they have succeeded in securing a grant of about 24 euros from Wellbe Project, which has turned into a lot of researches both at undergraduate and postgraduate level. At least there is one I was part of, exactly from my department, which is a conversion of waste to wealth, where all the waste in the university have been recycled, the dunks, that is production of a biogas, from the waste dunk in the university, and then food waste. So some of this research was successful, and then so aside from that, the grants that was gotten, we have also established relationship with NNPC, their research, to be able to know what are the current challenge in the industry. Because if you look at how researches are maybe improved in other nations, there's collaboration between the university and the industry. So every time there is a challenge, the industry will bring the problem to the university and then release research grants, which they can now use to bring in students and then carry out those researches, and those that are successful will now be what will be given back to the industry. So we've been able to succeed in establishing that relationship with the NNPC, and there are a lot of projects that are also coming up already. And then among many things we have also succeeded in doing through that center is to know what are the emerging technologies in the industry that we are yet to have in the university. And so we have been able to develop programs, especially some of these high-tech skills. They have now been incorporated in the university program. So our students learn these things alongside with their coursework, and such that when they now graduate, they cannot be useful and then employable even in some of these industries as we have now.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Benga. Okay, so my last question to you, I'll come back to you, Professor Bala. My last question to you would be, how can we incentivize a more robust partnership between the African University of Science and Technology and indigenous oil firms to ensure that local research into biofuels and solar thermal systems is commercialized to solve the energy access gap in rural Nigeria?
Well, I think to say something about that, I would like to first say that at AUST, that is the Africa University of Science and Technology, I think the issue of climate change, issue of environment, came into the establishment of the new department known as the Department of Petroleum and Energy Resources. These energy resources are alternative energy to petroleum. The petroleum you have is oil and gas. So we're now introducing the other concepts, renewable energy, which of course the biofuel is one of it, and also the concept of energy efficiency. So our undergraduates, before they graduate, they will not only have been exposed to the techniques in the petroleum industry, the theory and techniques in the petroleum industry, but also to the knowledge and practice of alternative energy, like the renewables and the concept of energy efficiency and conservation, and other things that are very relevant in the promotion of sustainable development through the use of sustainable energy resources. So the others are actually, we call them the sustainable energy resources. Now, I did mention earlier on about introducing our students to petroleum policies and laws. We are very cautious in the Faculty of Engineering in the Department of Petroleum to introduce a course on law, because when you talk of law, it's going to be, it must be under the Faculty of Law. So that's why we're beginning to get them introduced, but then through the issue of energy policy planning and analysis, because you analyze, and out of your analysis, you modify policies and then plan. Now, on the other issue, collaboration, synergy is very, very important. I know synergy, partnership is one of the sustainable development goals. You are encouraged really to partner in order to make things sustainable. So partnership with the oil and gas companies in the promotion of research in is very, very important. And I would like to say that recently we had a PhD student who is graduated, I think 2 weeks ago, and his work was actually on green inhibitors of corrosion in the oil and gas industry. Green, which means it's using carbon-based, and been successful. He had, I think we've had three patents. We had 3 patents out of that project, and I think such things will require collaboration between the oil and gas industry, and we have to interact. We have to enhance the interaction between the academia and the industry, particularly the oil and gas industry. AUST has formed what is known as the AUST Academia Industry Committee, where that committee will interact with the industry, share challenges, experiences, and see areas of collaboration. One other work that was done there was remediation, oil pollution remediation using nanotechnology, using nanocarbon tubes to remediate, and the results were positive. And such information needs to be passed to the industry, oil and gas industry, something beneficial to them. Oil pollution could be deliberate, could be accidental. Whichever way, the soil must be remediated. Soil must be remediated, and I think my colleague from Federal Ministry of Environment, I'm sure they have been tackling that, environmental problems in the Ogoni land, etc. Huge project there. So these are part of our contributions to solving such problems, and we believe that we need to extend our hands of friendship. We must shake hands between the industry and the academia. And of course, you have the triple helix policy of the government, that we need to collaborate between the industry, the academia, and government, because without government nothing moves. Without government nothing moves. Without the academia, those who have passion in looking at tiny details to solve problems, and of course the industry that like application of the solutions to these tiny problems. So, and the only and that linkage is essential for growing our economy, because innovation is what grows the economy. Innovation will come out through diligence to do research and development and collaboration between those who see the problem. The challenges are in the industry. They have no time. They are there to make money, working to make money. But in the academia, they have that diligence, they have the patience to look into these problems, to resolve and come out with innovations. And then it's plowed back to the industry. It's plowed back into the industry. Plowing it back into the industry means a new product, new market, jobs. And so our economy keep growing. And we are all aware that I think this government are planning for how many trillions? GDP of how many trillions by 2030? And GDP cannot grow without innovations. Yeah. Cannot grow without innovations. So that question is also very relevant. At AUST, we're intensifying our relationship with the oil and gas industry. Some years back, I think we had a beautiful collaboration with ExxonMobil. They built a huge laboratory for us. Also collaborated with Shell. Also built equipment, supplied equipment and laboratory with us. I mean to the institution. So, Mr. Ajala, it's very necessary, it's very important for us to collaborate with the oil and gas industry. And we look forward to the industry, the companies here, in really reaching out to us. But we will not depend on just you reaching out to us. We will also want to reach out to you. So we must have a common front. And I think this forum provides for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bala. So words on marble from Professor Bala: innovation is what grows the economy. So I like that. So I will be opening the floor. We have 10 minutes, and I'll be opening the floor to questions. So if you have questions for any one of our distinguished panelists, please indicate, and I'm sure a mic will be brought to you. We have just 10 minutes, so we have to take those questions within 10 minutes. All right, I see a hand here. I see another hand there. That's 2. Okay. Yes. Okay, a mic has been brought to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, the moderator and panelists. You do a good job, and all the lectures and deliverance is quite comprehensive. My questions goes to Professor Ibrahim Alhaji Suleiman. So, is that any facilities mechanism or a consultancy service offering to you, your department, to Bauchi State Government for the purpose of their oil drillings? Is there any consultancy services from your department? If, what is the stage? Thank you, sir.
All right, sir.
It needs 3 seconds, so transition period. Maybe let's try for the speaker to talk. Actually, to go direct to answer, we don't have the type of consultancy we have is not on the drilling. What the Bauchi State government did when the issue of oil production came up, their exploration came up, they need to establish a small institution, and the state government inaugurated a committee of which I was one of the cardinal members for us to come up with ideas, come up with curriculum, which we did. But what we did that time was we limited it to manpower training at a lower level. And as much as we have many students with degrees all over, PhD and masters, we also need people that will do the handwork to be carried along. So we came up with that curriculum, which with that an institution has been opened. We have Oil and Gas Institution Calere, which is located now, training small manpower for the oil and gas industry. Talk of welding, talk of pipe, all these things and the rest. Carpentry, all of them, they are doing that. So that's the consultancy between us and them. Then as far as the issue of drilling, because anywhere I go to make a paper, as a professor from ATBU, how far is our oil coming? So I want to inform you that the stage is the stage where all the informations are being controlled by the NIPC. There are sole people that will be able to say anything that will be acceptable as far as that is concerned. Because we are not allowed to disclose anything. In fact, the companies are not even allowing us to know a lot of things. So not only me alone, you cannot ask anybody individual to disclose to you how far they have gone. It's NNPC that has that right to do that. I think that's so. In other consultancies on individual basis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. To the second person.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the very beautiful presentation. My name is Amjad Ye, and I'll pose my question to the lone female on the panel. I was very happy to hear about the beautiful research work you are doing at the University of Abuja. My question is there any internal collaboration your research team is doing with universities inside Nigeria and also universities inside the ECOWAS region? Because I believe this has to come with a unified collaboration with internally and also within the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. I would say yes.
Law enforcement agencies with the ministry that will go after them and ensure compliance. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Lawal. And that is all the time we have for this workshop, for this panel session. Please put your hands together once again for our distinguished panelists as they make their way off the stage. And Dr. Benga Godwin Oseke, thank you very much. Professor Eli Jidere Bala, Professor Ibrahim Alaji Dodo Suleiman, Dr. Lawal Adegboyega, and Professor Kafayat Adeyemi. Thank you all very much for a very robust and insightful conversation. My name is Folakemi Ajala. Thank you for the opportunity.
A round of applause for our moderator and our panelists. Please could you just come this way for the group photograph and then the certificate award. Dr. Victor, please come forward.
Yes, we'll have them in the
We'll just present the certificate. Just hold on, please. Okay, Ms. Folake Ajala. Yeah, that's good. The next will be for. Ms. Kafayat, Professor Kafayat, I'm sorry. That's for Professor Kafayat. The next will be for Professor Eli, Professor Bala. Please, a round of applause. The next one for Professor Ibrahim. Dr. Lawal. Dr. Benga. A round of applause for our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so very much. So what has become clear after all of this is that Africa's energy transition must be inclusive, pragmatic, and people-centered, ensuring that progress does not come at the cost of livelihoods or stability. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again for our speakers and for our moderators. Next, we have a brief presentation before we proceed. And this is to recognize excellence and contribution within the geoscience community. So we have an award presentation shortly, but before then, IT, I want us to put the barcode on the screen, first off, if we have that already, before we go on with the awards. Please bring out your phones. We would like to get your feedbacks. We'd like to get your questions, your information. So bring out your phones and just scan the barcode and then fill in the information, and we'd really appreciate your feedback. You can do that in a minute or two. You can zoom it from where you are at. I can see a few of us are not doing that. Please, we really need those feedbacks. We really appreciate that. And don't tell me your phones are down. This is the Energy Summit, so we can get you power banks. So this award will be presented to Brevity Anderson, and we're waiting for the CEO. He's on his way in a bit. All right. So it's my honor to announce that the award presentation will be made to Brevity Anderson. It will be presented by the Geoscience Society of the Federal University of Technology, Akure, Futa. Please kindly welcome the representatives of the society to proceed with their presentation. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome my CEO, the CEO of Brevity Anderson, Dr. James Shindi, as I present this award very quickly.
Good afternoon, good morning everyone. Good morning. We are the Geoscience Community of Young Professionals from the Federal University of Technology, Akure. And in the last 3 years, FUTA students from Federal University of Technology, Akure, has been attending Nigeria International Energy Summit. And this has only been made possible by Brevity Anderson. And we know that it is an honor and a privilege to be a part of the conversation of the energy conversation of the country. And in acknowledgement, honor, and appreciation, we would like to present this award to Barrister Dr. James Shindi, CEO, Brevity Anderson. Thank you very much, sir.
A round of applause, please. All right, a group photograph very quickly. Dr. Victor, would you want to join this very quickly, please? Just 1 minute. Dr. Victor, please. Thank you very much, Barrister Dr. James Shindi, our own CEO. Thank you so much. You want to say something, sir?
Well, good afternoon. It's morning. Feels like afternoon. But thank you very much for this award. We don't take it for granted. Thank you so much. We deeply appreciate this. What I just want to say is that you guys are the future, okay? You guys are the group of people that will shape the industry going forward. So take what you do very seriously, because it matters. The future depends on you guys, okay? And I appreciate this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think we can give him a round of applause, please. That's the man that makes things happen here. That's our CEO. He's been doing this back to back to back. This is the 9th edition, and it's been from one level to another. Another round of applause for my CEO, please. All right. I don't know if we have the China-African collaboration folks ready. We have our next presentation, but I need to be sure that they are here. Dr. Victor, please could you confirm? Okay, all right, very well then. Okay, all right, so I'll just... All right, this next presentation will explore strategic business partnerships, investment flows, and industrialization opportunities shaping China-Africa relations. Please help me welcome Engineer Nicholas Bedu Azuka, the Group Managing Director and CEO Officer of Zekan Group. Let's put our hands together for him as he takes over.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity and time given to us to discuss and negotiate on the dialogue between China and Africa. Our company, Zekan Group, is involved in international cooperation to promote investment opportunities, trade dialogue between China and Africa. And our
being here today is to see how we can expand the discussion and push it forward on industrialization. We have realized that most of the Chinese companies are operating on a different level. So we have set up a procedure for industrialization, not just going there to come and buy their products. How do we bring them to come and set up industries in Africa? That is why we are here. And we'll start by setting up a slide. We'll be having a video slide of our industrialization. Our company, Zefcam Group, have been promoting China World Oil and Gas Conference in Shan Province. We have visited about 7 to 8 provinces in China and 22 factories who are involved in the downstream and midstream in the oil and gas sector. Last year, we had a visit to Beijing and Shanghai. 2 years ago, we had a delegation from the NDDC and the Bauchi State Government to visit some companies on manufacturing. Solid control equipment company who are into manufacturing of solid control equipment, Brightway. We also visited a company called KF Solar, responsible for solar production, solar panel. So we'll be taking you through their videos, and after the program, we'll be leaving delegates of 20 to 30 Nigerians to China March and another delegation June. There'll be also the need for us to go with some students and some academic professors to dialogue with these manufacturers and as well the oil and gas company. So first and foremost, we'll play our video for the KF Solar. They manufacture solar. Young man, I discovered that in China, most of the manufacturers and most of the oil and gas companies are being managed by young professionals. And we're proposing for the young professionals to be involved in this. So let's start by the first video, KF Solar. Yes. Okay, so then, okay. All right, so while we work on the video, we are looking at the video coming up. So the company that is hosting this conference is called China International Beijing Petroleum Production Company. They will be hosting an event in Beijing, and the delegates here and some of the partners here will be going and traveling with us. We will be responsible for the visa and hotel, but some other basic responsibility will be the work of our team. So let's start from the manufacturers, please. Thank you.
Dedicated to providing high efficiency and environmentally friendly clean energy products to global customers. Our products include energy storage systems, solar panels, inverters, and more, serving applications from residential systems to large-scale commercial projects. We help you reduce energy costs and promote green environmental practices. Our products undergo strict quality control and technological innovation to ensure that every solution delivers reliable performance and long-lasting durability. We collaborate with partners from multiple countries worldwide, ensuring that solar technology reaches every corner of the globe. No matter where you are, we can provide you with professional services and customized solar system solutions. Choose us and let the sun provide you with endless energy. Contact us now and take the first step towards a greener future.
Thank you very much. We proceed, that company basically is into solar panel production and manufacturing. We are looking at training some people on production line and as well setting up some factories where we can have opportunity for job creation. So that's why we are focusing on industrialization. Not just investment, but industrializing Africa is one of our aim and objective. We have another major company called NIES Solution. They are into midstream and downstream in the oil and gas sector. We'll be showing their video briefly before we have further discussion. Thank you. Pending when that video comes up, in the course of this business meeting that we'll be having what they call factory visits to a company that is into manufacturing of solid control equipment, Brightway. They will be having a collaboration with universities in Nigeria and Africa, and as well a laboratory setup for oil and gas recovery chemicals. That will be done during the March exhibition meeting. Video, please.
Efficient use of all gas resources with nothing left unharvested. Gas, the pulsating pulse of energy, yet unpurified, becomes the shackles of progress. Located in China's strategic northwestern region, there is a premier physical manufacturing base, Shanxi Ming's Yasheng Energy Technology, also known as NIES Solutions, specializing in comprehensive gas processing solutions for both offshore and onshore application, gas separation, acid gas purification, including desulfurization and decarbonization, dehydration, dehydrocarbonization, and CCUS technologies, system fabrication, and chemical development. We can deliver turnkey purification station equipment with proprietary process packages, patented formulations, and specialized technologies, successfully developing domestic alternatives to imported systems. NIES Solutions further enhances industry capabilities through targeted R&D initiatives and equipment optimization service, effectively resolving critical technical bottlenecks in gas purification processes. NIES Solutions Technical Services Division delivers comprehensive support, startup, debugging, training, operation, transformation, dedicated to providing end-to-end energy solutions for our clients. Having cultivated expertise in gas purification since 1995, has evolved into an industry benchmark within this specialized field, boasting a robust R&D team. Cultivated through strategic collaborations with leading universities, the company forges a multi-tiered talent pipeline. We have established an intelligent digital production ecosystem where precision and efficiency infuse every manufacturing stage. By synergizing cutting-edge hardware with lean management principles and stringent quality control, every piece of MISO equipment embodies our unwavering commitment to craftsmanship and excellence. The company has secured comprehensive certifications, including licenses for the design, fabrication, installation, repair, and modification of specialized equipment and pressure vessels, hazardous chemicals operation permit, foreign export trading authorization, along the semi-UNU2 certifications. NIES Solutions is honored as a national high-tech enterprise, Shanxi Industrial Enterprise, R&D institution, specialized and sophisticated SME, Gazelle Enterprise, and key industrial chain player. These distinctions and awards culminate in our unwavering commitment to pioneering intelligent manufacturing solutions for the low-carbon energy sector, transcending accolades. NIES Solutions leverages its global footprint of operational success to convert recognition into suitable solutions, driving tangible impact where innovation meets real-world implementation. The case studies of domestic gas purification stations include the CNPC Bayonne Oil Field Joint Station, Yancheng Petroleum Henshin Oil Production Plant, Tinshui Energy Phase 1 and 2 facilities, Wuxian Jinshan Coal Bed Gas Station, Asia America Group Field Stations, Huaxin Group Lanyan Lijuang Station, Lanyan CBM Jiangzhuang Station, Lanyan CBM Hoodie Station, while offshore expertise extends to CNOOC Huzhou 325 platforms, integrated gas separation, dehydration, hydrocarbon removal, and decarbonization modules, TEG trethylene glycol dehydration systems for CNOCAN CNPC, Fushun Oil Field CCUS project, collectively garnering industry-wide acclaim for transformative operational excellence. Concurrently delivering turnkey services. For international and offshore project contractors, we maintain established after-sales support networks across the United States, Malaysia, and the UAE, safeguarding operation antitrickery and stability for our global clientele. Guided by the conviction of cherishing bestowed grace, upholding integrity with trust, for only perseverance ensures constancy. We anchor our vision in the global landscape, striving to emerge as the distinctive Chinese MISO solutions, essence on the international stage.
Thank you. The NIES Solution is a company that we will be visiting, and we'll be also discussing with some major oil and gas companies on the opportunities for the midstream and downstream. We now proceed to Brightway, which are already on ground. They will be showcasing their products in the Sub-Sahara conference coming up in Lagos. And after that, we'll be having an opportunity to discuss with them on area of cooperation. Thank you. So now these companies are well established and they are doing very well. They are looking to bridge China-Africa markets and bringing in technology and innovation. So training is part of the reason why we are proposing the factory visits. We're also looking at PTDF, NNPC, and some stakeholders collaboration to help enhance the trip. In the course of the trip, there will be business networking, there will be marketing insights. We'll develop their product and partner with them with some major stakeholders. Then investors, we are also looking at major projects. We also recommend some of their equipment for them to use in the course of their development of projects. Then we have a university called Shillong University. They are one of the major universities in China, and we'll be having a meeting with the vice chancellors of the university for a university forum where the academicians who can have a discussion with them on exchange program. That is basically our dialogue. So we are proposing China-Africa dialogue in the next CIPP program coming up March, and the second program will be coming up June. So we are mandated with an authorization to mobilize delegates, get across to major stakeholders, and let them have a first-hand experience. Because when you have that first-hand experience and ICT training there, getting job becomes easy. We are also proposing an ICT training, industrial attachment with these companies, and we have concluded the discussion on that. So the major universities that will be involved will have the opportunity of sending their students for industrial attachments, and the PhD students who are also into research can also do some academic program in those schools and universities. So now the major sectors we are looking at there, we are looking at petrochemical process, fluid control equipment, oil and lubricant technology, environmental protection and energy conservation, communication and information technology, and others. Those are basic equipment that will be having a study on that place. Can we take a look at the Shillong University? They have done a lot in oil and gas chemical. Oil and gas recovery chemicals are being produced by them, so they are looking for how they can set up laboratories for oil and gas chemical tests in Africa, and Nigeria is one of the major countries they have in mind. Furthermore, our university in Delta, Federal University of Petroleum in Delta State, is already having a collaboration with them on how they can come in and set up laboratories for solid control equipment training, and as well as oil and gas chemical recovery. We need to have that slide and presentation slide briefly. So while we expect some questions, let them get the slide from us. Thank you. Where is that? Okay. Question, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Shola Kayode, and I served as the Nigerian representative to UNIDO, that's United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Sir, I'm happy to be here. I'll be very brief, but it's just to shed some lights on your proposed emission to China. I promote investment. That's what I was doing in the UN. And I want to shed some light for the information of our public. When I was in UNIDO, I was promoting investment between Nigerian project sponsors and French companies. I was working with chambers of commerce, both here in Nigeria and in France. Now, I'm not going to teach you what you know, but I'm going to shed light on making a success out of your mission to China. Now, what I normally do is when project sponsors are coming from the Chamber of Commerce in Nigeria, I take projects from them. Let me stand in the middle. I take projects from them and I do what is called profiling. The promoter from Nigeria will tell me what he wants to see in France. They give me a proposal, the project study, then I extract all the information from the proposal and areas of need. So what he expects the investor to partner in. And I also prepare what we call a compendium. A compendium is you list of all these project owners in Nigeria you are taking there. And you also list out areas where they are coming for partnership. Then the next thing is the Nigerian will tell you the area he wants a foreign investor to come in. And so he's already looking forward to meeting somebody. And ahead of your leaving Nigeria, some people pay close to $6,000 to make a trip. So they go there and they're coming back, not minimum of MOU for partnership. Somebody is paying through his nose. So when he's there, he's not going to drink tea and coffee. It's not breakfast meeting. It's really business. And what I normally do is, when Nigerian project sponsors arrive in Paris, I pick them at the Charles de Gaulle airport. We just drop their luggage at the hotel reception. We start B2B. The business to business meeting, every Nigerian you are taking there must have value for money. All right? So I can work with you and package this project, and ahead of even going there, you can have a video conference with the Chamber of Commerce in where you are going. They will see the face of the Nigerians coming. You talk to them, so he already knows the partner he's expecting. I just share some light. That is the standard way in UNIDO for promoting investment. And people come back with even not only results, but they have already somebody saying, look, I'm putting my money. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much on your questions and explanation. I assure you that the program we are preparing, we have already structured out the post-event meeting, the B2B meeting, and the government-to-government meeting. We will also discuss with them on student forum, where the students here will have a discussion with their own students over there. Or furthermore, we have also identified 48 companies at their meeting over there. So post-event meeting and pre-event meeting is ongoing. We're also proposing benchmarking. We pick a particular company and categorize them, the upstream companies separate, downstream and midstream. So whenever they get there, their factory visit is already prepared. You know, the Chinese work with time. We have to try and see how we can industrialize Nigeria, not just go and buy the equipment. Set up your factory here. We're not interested in buying, set it up so that job will be created. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful presentation. I would want you to share, my name is Rufus. I would want you to share more light on the internship for students you talked about and also for postgraduates. Thank you.
Thank you. So for the internship and postgraduate, we have had a discussion with the university, 2 universities there, major universities, in Shan and the other one in Beijing. We have also discussed with our embassy on area of cooperation on the course outline. Preferably, we might start with industrial attachment of a month and basic fundamentals in the oil and gas. We're also proposing trade promotion for industries, where our PhD students will have an interaction with their own PhD students. So one or two of the universities that we are visiting will be having students and PhD students in particular area of interest, because it's easier to have them discuss in their production line than for somebody that is not in that sector. Thank you.
Good day, sir. My name is Shoaib Abdul Hafiz. I am a student, a postgraduate student at Ahmadu Bello University, studying environmental chemistry. I currently work for Eastlight Energy, which is currently an import company for seawater energy. We currently do both fixing and installation of solar for... Okay, anyways, my question is, we know that achieving a strong and stable system in Nigeria requires more than just building a manufacturing plant in Nigeria, which you mentioned about the KS Solar. It involves infrastructure, policies, and storage. So I want to know what specific timeline and plan is being put in place for establishing and manufacturing the plant in Nigeria, and furthermore, the milestone for which Nigeria must meet before they can claim a stable and self-sufficient energy system. I don't know that you understand my question, sir.
Okay, yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the beauty about the solar company that we're visiting is the MD is very young guys are the ones handling this company, and I'm quite impressed. So the production line is very straight, and I believe that the world is going solar panel, solar cars, solar street lights, everything about even you hardly hear about the normal fuel there. So we're going to have a major discussion on solar discussion. For those who are interested in the training and sales and procurement, is a major area that we'll come up with. So the next video, can we start the next video, please?
Let me ask question, sir. Can I ask?
Slide, yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Mr. Omar Gwani, the lecturer and head of Planning Research, FCT Administration. So first of all, my question goes like that. Sir, can you speak China?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
because they say it is mandatory, you must know how to speak Chinese language before have any collaborations or business with the Chinese. Is it possible?
No, it's not. We have a lot of Nigerians who are there schooling there, and they have English schools. They also have Chinese schools. So if you are going there they have particular schools just purely English. Okay. And we have translators stationed there. We also have a lot of people that went for scholarship through Guangwaso. They are all there. They are doing very well. They can speak English and they're also working there. So a lot is going on in China. Like you know, it's now a major subject in our school.
Okay.
So that's why we are proposing training. Even the English students can also go for minor, major trainings.
Okay. So these small phones, I heard that it's just a nursery classes or nursery, those who are in nursery school or primary school, they are the one manufacturing these small phones. Is it true?
No, it's not. They have major production line. That is why we need the factory visits.
Okay.
They have major production line. Industrial visit will help you have an idea about their production line and as well help bring in innovation to Nigeria.
Okay, what is the level of education for you to start manufacturing phones in China?
Yeah, they have the technical education.
Okay.
Right, vocational training. So vocational training is even part of what most of those people who do the manufacturing have. So for you to be involved in production, you must have a vocational training certificate.
Okay, thank you very much.
So we can have the next slide. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Muhammad Usman Sir. You've been talking about opportunities for students and postgraduate students. What about opportunities for graduates?
Yes. Go ahead. The beauty about it is it's not all about postgraduates and undergraduates. For graduates, we are proposing setting up, some of the companies here are setting up their company in Nigeria already. And 80% or 90% of their employees are graduates. They are even planning to get their Nigerian graduates over there to come over here and work in this company, who are pioneers in their factories. So they have a retention plan and a vocational training plan. Even if you're a graduate, all right, and you want to go into solar panel, you must go for training, vocational training. So that vocational training is not about your qualification. Your skills will help you fit into the job. So there will be opportunity for that. Thank you. So in absence of more question, can you print slide for Shilon? Come. So for those who have traveled outside the country before, China, Asia, or Europe, here, familiar with that environment? Anybody? Oh, that's good. Which of the city? Germany, right? Okay. So we'll be needing somebody like you to join the delegation. We would like to get across to you. We also propose to have a meeting with 1 or 2 people on the delegation that will be going, because we are bringing in innovation, we are bringing in training, capacity building. We'll be partnering with some major stakeholders like NCDMB to see how they can train Nigerians on production line, valve, pumps, develop our own products. Then we are also proposing in-house manufacturing. Nigerians should be manufacturing over there for Nigerians, because that is what some countries do. They do their production over there for their own country. Because if you want to set up some factories, it might take a longer process. So we are proposing industrialization through dialogue with them. Thank you very much. These are the factories.
Please, can we give him a round of applause? That was a very wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, please, can we just, if you can, take some photos? Dr. Victor. Please, let's not leave. The presentation will still go on. We're just trying to prepare some slides, please. Bear with us. Thank you.
I'm Sean. And I'm Elliot. And we're the
Okay, everybody, we apologize for the delay. So calling back on stage, Engineer Nicholas Ogbedo Azuka. We are going to continue the presentation from where we stopped. Thank you, sir.
I propose we just take a major university, because I realize that majority of people here are students and undergraduates, also graduates are here. So we are proposing a visit to this particular school and this company. They're into oil and gas recovery chemicals. All right. Now the technical part, technology solution is what they are providing for Nigeria. Looking at this, we are looking at biological enzymatic blockage technology. There will be a technology for this in the oil and gas. For those that are into oil and gas chemical, we are proposing a trip to this. So there will be an introduction during the course of the program on our trip. They will do introduction of students who are into chemical engineering, petrochemical, oil drilling, recovery chemicals. The video will be played. Next slide. Now the current conventional acidification technology will be discussed. Products that are needed in the oil and gas industry for oil and gas recovery will be discussed. And the universities in Nigeria will be the one to champion it in the course of the visits. Then the advantages of biological enzymatic hydrolysis blockage technology will be discussed in that conference. So your factory visits, you have an in-depth knowledge about all this. These chemicals will be used in the conference. Showcase, the manufacturing and production line will be showcased there. These are basic case. Next slide. Yeah, these are the presentation slides that they'll be having. Okay, that's it. Introduction to polymer declocking will be done there. These are part of what they will discuss there. Then they also have their video. So for the oil and gas chemical, petroleum engineering department, then a full introduction will be done on this. So the university is also proposing setting up their factories in Nigeria. So for those that have their international passports, we have our people here. You also have a discussion with them. For the vice chancellors, we will write them a letter to have a factory visit on this company. Thank you very much on this. So the major school and the third school have not sent their presentation slide, but their video is also available. Yes, it's okay. So in the course of the event, we'll be visiting with 25 countries are coming for the conference and the program. So there, universities from different schools will be together. Then for investors, oil and gas companies who are into well completion, there will be exhibitors there and discussion on well completion. Marine engineering and technology company will also be there. We'll have a factory visit to that company. Then oil, gas, field engineering technology company listed. Oil and gas pipeline engineering, manufacturers of pipelines in the Xi'an province will also visit their companies for factory visits. They are part of the delegates that we have categorized to see. Then electrical, electronics equipment, cable, electric wires, manufacturers and production line will be discussed. Investors in that area will also have a meeting on how they can come in to set up factories in Nigeria and Africa. We have a Zoom meeting where those that have the intention of schooling over there will also indicate interest when it comes to exchange program. We have also discussed with their schools on an unnecessary exchange program that is coming up. A lot of the scholarship there are also fully funded, but those are English schools. So we'll be also discussing with the universities on exchange program. We have also had a meeting with the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, who is going to lead the delegates for the sideline events. That sideline event will have a section for benchmarking, business to business meeting with likely stakeholders. There will be also a government to government meeting. Their own government and with our own government will have a discussion on area of cooperation. So for any other further questions or inquiry, you can pick our contact from Henry Godwin. For more details, you can get our contact from Jeff. Stand up, Jeff. You can get our information from Jeff and our necessary information for further discussion and meeting. For those who have also indicated...
Engineer Zuka again.
You never visit the factory a second time. Yeah. So when somebody says, bring a technician, it's looking down on you. Get your best PhDs. So when they are going around, they pretend to be technicians, but they know more than even the people hosting you. So that most of what you need, I'm giving this, I can talk openly. Yeah. Knowledge, you're going for innovation, knowledge transfer will never happen unless you have the right people. All right? PhDs, I take them into the factory, they know more even than the people who are taking them around. The issue is, you may not have a second chance to enter the factories. I was doing it, and it worked. Thank you.
Thank you very much for what you just said, Mr. Kayode. It's very, very good that we go with the best people who have knowledge about where we're going to. And also, that's why we propose a post-event meeting. We have to get their slide, get their videos, study the pre-event. And we have also proposed high technical people, PhD students, MDCEOs. There's going to be a section for MDCEOs, the bosses. There's also going to be a section for the technicians, but the MDCEO will have a discussion with their manufacturers and the MDs to have an in-depth knowledge, as well to discuss on the area of cooperation with Nigerians. So we assure you that everything will come up well. Then for the universities, we're also discussing with the vice chancellors. The last trip we made, we went to the vice chancellors of the universities, and they are looking at exchange program. But while we are proposing younger people, is because of retainership in the system. When you go to younger generation, the knowledge will be in the system for a longer period. All right? And if you go with those who are already advanced, in a non-distance time, they'll be retiring. So it becomes extinct. So we are proposing young, look at their own way of doing business. Most of the manufacturers at the MDs are young people. So if you go with people who are already about retiring, next year, they won't be in the system. So that's a disadvantage. But when it comes to understanding the technology, we need the very prominent lecturers and higher people to understand what they are doing. So we assure you that we'll go with the mixed opportunities. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
A round of applause, please. Doctors, can we have you up for the award of the certificate? Please, can we have the certificates too, please? Wait. Certificates, please, for Engineer Zuka. Are you ready? Can we have the certificates, please? Right, this is to appreciate you, Engineer Zuka, for the insights and for the contribution, valuable contribution you're making to NIES 2026. All right, thank you, Dr. Victor. A round of applause for him, please. All right, we'll proceed to another critical conversation. And, all right, I'll get it. This is one that directly affects the markets, affects the assets, directly affects financing, and also the competitiveness in today's global energy economy. Now we have a panel session on decarbonizing the African barrel, ESG, as a competitive edge. I'll take that again. Decarbonizing the African barrel, ESG, as a competitive edge. So, as global markets tighten, carbon regulations and financing standards, the carbon intensity of African crude has become a decisive factor. This panel today will examine the environmental, social, and governance frameworks, and these options are there for us to take advantage of. But strategic tools for value creation, premium pricing, and long-term sustainability is one key factor to be taken seriously. So this morning, it's still morning, we'll have the Business Development Manager of Polaris Integrated and Geo Solutions Limited. I want you to put your hands together for Ms. Laefa Igbe as she takes the stage. A round of applause for her as she comes. Nice to have you again, ma'am. All right. You're fine. All right. So you have the floor now.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I have your attention? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laefa Chitruibe, and I'm the Business Development Manager for Polaris Integrated and Geo Solutions Limited. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this panel section titled Decarbonizing the African Barrel, ESG as a Competitive Edge. Today's discussion is focused on the very critical shift in Africa's energy future, where ESG is no longer about compliance, but about market access, investment attractiveness, and long-term competitiveness. Our goal for the next 40 minutes is to explore how African and Nigerian energy players can turn ESG into a real commercial and operational efficiency. So I will start by introducing our panelists for this section, and I would call on the first speaker by name, Ms. Chidinma Onyechiobi. She is the CEO of Dindu Energy Service and Resource Limited. She will be bringing a strong experience from the indigenous service provider aspect and operation side of the industry. Please let's give her a round of applause when she makes the stage. If she's here, please can we have her, Ms. Chidinma Onyechiobi. Okay, so our next panelist for today will be Mr. Ghazali Hamid. He is the Executive Assistant Strategy and Sustainability to the Executive Vice President, Gas, Power and New Energy, NNPC Limited. He represents the strategic and transition planning side of the industry. Please let's give him a warm welcome as he makes his way to the stage. Okay, so I will be calling on the next speaker, going by the name Mr. Misumi. He is the CEO of Ministry Limited. He works at the intersection of technology, digital systems, and capability development for the energy firm. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. And finally, our last speaker for today is Mr. Tekenate Peter Ibenspif. He is the technical advisor to the Chief Health, Safety and Environmental Officer, NNPC Limited. He will be bringing deep operational and regulatory insight into safety and MRV and environmental systems. Please let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. Well, it appears that my speakers are not yet here. Brevetting and the C team, what are we doing about this, please? Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Ghazali Hamid as he makes his way to the stage. Have limited time, so we'll be starting with our first speaker here, and the team has given me a go-ahead to start. So, Mr. Hamid, you're very welcome to this section, and I'd already introduced the team for today, which is decarbonizing the African barrel, ESG as a competitive edge. So, I was ask you this question. You coming from the strategic and sustainability aspect of NNPC and being part of the team that worked on the ESG framework, how are you integrating the ESG metrics into NNPC core financial and performance reporting system to ensure that the African barrel remains competitive for global capital that's currently being diverted towards green energy? How can you tell us?
All right. Thank you very much for that question, and good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for seeing me just coming late in court. Actually, there were some gap in communication with the schedule. So that being said, it is very important to know that with the energy transition, which is ongoing, like we know globally, any oil company will have to position itself in a way that they would continue to have access to market capital, and their asset value would also be maintained. Otherwise, access to market and capital will become very difficult, because financing for of fossil fuels is now more costly and becoming more difficult because of the carbon emissions, the global climate change that we know it's ongoing. So for that reason, the ESG is meant to be a metric for measuring the impact of organizations, not just in oil and gas, because any company or any organization has an impact, whether positive or negative, to the environment, the social cycle, and also its governance is very important. So when you talk about the ESG here, within this context, most of the focus is on the E, which is the environment. And even on the environment is mostly around carbon intensity. Carbon intensity, that is the emissions. What amount of emissions do companies actually, what amount of carbon do companies emit in producing each barrel of their oil? That amount per barrel of oil is what is the emission intensity of that barrel. So the essence of decarbonization is to reduce that intensity. So for NNPC and a lot of, or many, if not all, national oil companies, even the private oil companies, they are onto this journey. And what we are trying to do is at first to establish a framework. Because when you have a framework, it guides you on how you can go about your journey and how you can make it a repetitive process and how you can also conform to international best practices. So in NNPC today, we have that framework. And in the framework, we have all the metrics that are material to us, material to the company. That is what stakeholders are demanding from the company. And among these stakeholders for this context is about financing, it's about market access. So the key material topic that is very important to financiers, off-takers, is that carbon intensity. So that's why I started with this background. So the first thing to do is to know what currently are you doing in terms of emission. What quantity of carbon dioxide equivalent are you actually emitting to the atmosphere? That is the point to start. Because if you don't know where you are currently, then you won't be able to have any target. Even if you have targets, it's on top of what? You wouldn't know, right? So it wouldn't be realistic. So that emission baseline has been established, and then the targets have been set. So going forward in NNPC's financial statements, the ESG metrics will now form part of it, because ESG is not just sustainability side note anymore. It is actually part of what determines the movement of capital, what attracts capital, what attracts offtake. So literally it is now a strategic and commercial metric. It's not just an environmental metric again. So people are looking, stakeholders are looking up to that to see what is your carbon intensity to make their own decision investment or offtake investment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I would like to know, is this ESG available to the public, or is just within the NNPC organization?
Okay, so for now it's not available to the public, but it is undergoing internal processes. Like, there are governance principles that are set in place. Today at the board of NNPC, you have a committee on strategy, on sustainability at the board of, because sustainability is now responsibility of the board itself. So to show how important this topic is, there is a committee at the board level that oversees this on behalf of the board. So whatever way it has to go to that, and then the board will now finally approve everything. But going forward, the way you would be seeing financial statements, audited financial statements of NNPC for so financial year, the ESG reports will be embedded in that financial report. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So when it's made, when the internal reviews are done, we hope it's made available to the public, so it becomes a regulatory system that we should start following. So thank you for that. So this brings me to my second question. When we talk about decarbonizing the African barrel and ESG as a competitive edge, let's look at decarbonizing choices. What practical decarbonization choices is your organization making today? For example, when we talk about the methane leak detection management or energy efficiency in flow stations to protect and ensure that Nigerian crude and gas remains competitive in global markets, what decarbonization choices is NNPC making?
Okay, so, the choices, that question is a very important question, because it all boils down to commerciality, because you're doing it not just as a buzzword or something that is a must-have or for compliance purpose alone, but rather it's now part of commercial strategy, because it determines the competitiveness of the barrels that we produce or any company will produce. So for that reason, you look at the quick wins, which one has the most impact with the least financial commitment. So for us, I will tell you this, generally in the oil and gas industry, it is more of operational than even technological, especially in our own context. So when we talk about operations, you see gas flaring, that is very key, that is number one thing, because the associated gas that is being flared is emitting a lot of carbon dioxide, and that is contributing to the carbon intensity. I will tell you that is number one thing that contributes most to the carbon intensity of any barrel of oil within our context, within Nigerian context. So how can we commercialize that gas that has been flared? If you look at historically, even before the CBAM, and other trade instruments now that are making this very necessary, the emissions or the flaring has been going down significantly. If you look at from as far back as 1999, when Nigeria LNG commenced operations, the main goal was actually to commercialize this gas that was otherwise being flared. And then if you check the data, you would see that the flared gas, is over 60% of associated gas. But today, it is below 8%. So that is to show you there is a lot of improvement. So Nigeria has this initiative on commercializing the gas flare. So commercializing that gas that is being flared, which is an operational activity, that is the number one, the quick win, and the number one priority in reducing the emission intensity. And then after that, so this would help in a lot of ways. Number one, it will go a long way in reducing the emission intensity. Number two, it will create value, because that gas is a valuable commodity. Companies, industries, and other users will pay for it. So it creates revenue, and then it gives the asset itself even more value, more credit rating, and other things that financiers and off-takers are looking at. Now, so that is one on commercializing the gas that has been flared. Now, the second thing is methane leakages. And this is due to aging infrastructure and, so it's not just the carbon intensity It's not just trapped to the production directly, the production of the crude directly. Handling, processing, and other associated activities also contribute. So you have leakages, methane leaks through flanges, through valves, and others. So through using leak detection and repair system, ELDA, so that will also help in reducing. And we know that methane is more potent than carbon dioxide itself when it comes to global warming. At least by 80, it's 80 times more and 25 times more in 100-year lifespan. So, and that is why the gas is even fled to burn it to CO2, so that because CO2 is even less potent global warming gas than CO2. So that little quantities of methane, we are not just losing the gas, like we know natural gas is methane. So we're not just losing the value, the gas itself, but it is contributing so much to the carbon intensity of that barrel. So ELDA is another way that continuous repair of these flanges and valves and other associated facilities is another operational way of reducing the intensity. Now the third thing is around the operations itself, energy efficiency. The flow stations from upstream operations requires a lot of energy, So so if diesel, like we know, diesel is dirtier than gas. So the power that is being consumed, being used by the flow stations, is mostly they use gas and diesel. So if diesel will be replaced by gas, by natural gas, the produced gas, it will also go a long way in reducing the carbon intensity. And so if the system can be electrified, that is even more better. There's something in midstream. In midstream, though midstream is out of the barrel now we're talking about, so but in midstream, the activity is energy intensive. When you're using compressors requires a lot of energy. So if the energy can be, utilized efficiently, it will also go a long way in reducing the carbon intensity. So before you talk about sophisticated technologies like carbon capture, utilization, and storage, that is a kind of, nice one to always say, but it is very expensive, and it's not any asset that, you can actually use it with commerciality in mind. But these operational activities, you can reduce a lot of intensity by optimizing these activities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I would like to know, or rather we would like to know, is there any specific equipment that is used to check these leakages before it actually starts happening? For example, if the valves, the flanges, anything, is there any specific equipment that is used to check before it actually happens?
Yes, there are equipments that are used to check. But, when you're talking about ELDA is a process itself, that is leak detection and repair. It's a process itself that you do routinely depending on what is the risk, for that emission in a stated facility of interest. But operationally, routinely, you can have gas detectors positioned in different places, even for operational safety of the asset itself. We know that gas methane is explosive, right? At the right concentration, it's explosive. So for operational safety, you need to have these detectors to actually show you if there are, to alert you in case of any leakages. So the same thing, when you are doing it intentionally for, reducing the emissions, then you employ ELDA system, where you can use, there are even remote sensors that are being used, and I think even NOSDR, Nigeria Oil Spill Detection and Regulatory, they have a satellite system that today you can look at the flare site and you will be seeing, it will give you a kind of qualitative, semi-quantitative, insight as to where are these, emissions coming from, and to what extent.
Okay, interesting. So, can a laser scanner be used for this activity?
Laser scanner.
Yes.
So which laser scanner specifically? So these equipments have different technologies they actually employ in detecting. Some detect and measure. Some detect, but you can now incorporate the data you got into some mathematical models for estimation. It will help you to estimate. So it depends on what exactly what is the target, what is the aim initially. And different systems have different technologies they employ in either detecting or measuring. But most of the systems that are available actually detect. They detect the presence of this of methane in the air.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So I would be jumping right to our last question for you, coming from the legacy infrastructure to the transition assets. So how is the existing oil and gas infrastructure being leveraged for carbon capture economy and green hydrogen to ensure that assets are repositioned into transition assets rather than stranded assets?
So I think that is a very, very good point, and thank you for raising that. So the good thing is, even the old assets don't necessarily have to be stranded, because they can be utilized for CCUS, that is carbon capture, utilization, and storage. In CCUS technology, you basically require three things. You need a technology to capture the carbon, to separate it from the exhaust. For instance, if you have a flare stack here, either in the refinery, let's say in upstream operations. Now when you are flaring, you are combusting. So it gives out, the exhaust contains a mixture. So the other components like sulfur and others, they may be toxic or harmful to the environment in a different way, but your own interest now is the carbon. So to capture it, that is the capture, that's the first thing. And that is the costliest part, actually, the most complicated part. Now the next thing is to transport it. And this is where the assets, come to play. Because you can transport this by compressing the gas. It's in gaseous state. So you compress it and you can transport it in pipelines. So if you have an old asset, you can utilize the pipeline, to compress and transport the carbon. And then the next thing is to either utilize it or store it. But the utilization is kind of less practical at the moment, but the technology is evolving. However, the storage seems to be more realistic at the moment. And where you store this, you can use, abandoned or old wells to capture. Geological studies and surveys had to be carried out because it's not any kind of well that can actually accommodate and store this. So you can use the stranded assets for this. But CCUS sounds so interesting when people are discussing about it. It's not actually the technology that is just complicated. You're looking at it from commercial angle, from commercial perspective. Because you want to capture the carbon to reduce your intensity so that you can sell at margin, at premium in the market, get your revenue, and earn profit, a reasonable return on your investment. So when it is coming, very expensive, even though the practicality is there, then you are left with, an option to be looking at what can we really do within the operational system, the current existing operations, like I told you, optimizing the energy, and then reducing the flare, the leak detection, and others. So it gives you because that is a quick win for you. And then there are other considerations before you go into CCUS. The scale is another thing. If you just have maybe dispersed assets, and the source of the carbon emission maybe is very far, or they are dispersed, different small little quantities dispersed in various places, aggregating this into the same single pipeline and storing in single well will become even more expensive, more demanding. So, but there are a lot of studies and a lot of partnerships that are ongoing, to see how this stranded asset can be leveraged for this transition so that it can be used, that the asset will be even useful and even earning revenue. Because this is a service that you can even offer to third parties. You may not be the source of the emission, but you can leverage your old asset as a service to be storing that carbon for other interested entities. So it is a revenue stream for people that have such assets that are well positioned and supports the economics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just have one. Sorry? Okay, so we have our second speaker here. She just arrived. So please put our hands together for Dr. Chidinma Onyechiobi, the CEO of Dindu Energy Services and Resource Limited. Okay, thank you so much, Ma, for joining. So, Dr. Chidinma, I would like to start with you. I just finished with Mr. Hamid. So we'll have to ask you from the indigenous service provider perspective, coming from the social and community angle, how do you think local firms can leverage their deep community roots and social license to enable them operate as competitive advantage when bidding for contracts against global giants who may lack that localized social expertise?
Okay. First of all, I have to apologize for walking in a bit late. I got distracted on the proper venue for the session, and so I apologize. Speaking from a local perspective, my first response to ESG is that the environmental social governance slang is no longer a thought phrase. It is an embodiment of doing business and cannot be overlooked. Now, coming from a local perspective, I don't know any person in the audience that can actually, if I were dealing with a multinational that is component of Nigerians that can compete with me in working with people in my village better than I will, and that's breaking it down. So for IOCs, NOCs, you would realize that the disruption to the operations is not as much as it comes with IOCs. Why? For a good number of them, they are deeply ingratiated with the community. And so, if you permit me, beyond what is on my head, she's called me a doctor. I'm not a doctor yet. But I did a bit of research apart from practical things. And I'll read from my research. Is that the local firms, we possess an embedded social intelligence that global players often try and fail to outsource. This social capital directly translates into lower operational risk, cost efficiency, and project continuity. And the commercial advantage for us is that we have deep community relationship, just like as I mentioned. to reduce disruptions from protests, shutdowns, and vandalism. And so security incidents, factors that all the global financiers now explicitly price into projects, makes it easier for us to have speed to execution and mobilize faster, because community trust already exists in a lot of instances. This shortens permitting timelines, stakeholders' approvals, and on-the-ground negotiation. I will stop there.
Thank you very much for that. So sorry about calling you a doctor. Maybe it's coming in future.
Yes, it's coming.
Okay, congratulations in advance. So I hear you say you have strong community engagement with the community persons. Whenever you're given a contract, the community knows you. They trust that you're going to engage them. So you're certain that with that expertise, your work is going to be done very well. So that brings me to my second question when we talk about operational decarbonization. What specific operational and technical choices has Dindo Energy made today to reduce carbon footprint of your operations by offering a decarbonized service to your clients?
Can you break it down a little bit?
Okay, so I will just take it slowly. Operational decarbonization. What specific technical choices has Dindo Energy made today to reduce their carbon footprints and their operations in offering a decarbonized service to the client? The clients could be the NOCs, the IOCs. What has Dindo made today to decarbonize?
Okay, so we've been trying, because we have not fully gone into the glare of cleaner energies to most clients, which is the natural gas components of LPG, CNG, and LNG. We are still, to a large extent, dependent on, we're a logistics company. And so that means that we lift products to our clients both onshore and offshore. In the past 1 year, we've been trying to replace our fleet with CNG trucks. So that's one way we've tried to be less dependent on heavier fuel and use the decarbonization efficient vehicles to deliver. On the part of our, knowledge expansion, service delivery, value-added option to our clients, we had, suggested scheduling efficiencies to our clients to minimize demurrage and congestion-related emissions. We have digital supply chain optimization. We try to work with our clients to do real-time inventory tracking that reduces emergency deliveries and duplications. We try to cut down on predictive demands for products by scheduling. So instead of us being on the sidelines and waiting for you to call us ad hocly, which used to be the norm, we'll try to do a scheduling regime with you and advise on merging, routes together, and so our footprint on the road is less. But I can assure you that with the advent of LPG trucks, we have managed to a large extent to be able to deliver value to our clients with less carbon emissions.
That you have been doing greatly when it comes to reducing your carbon footprint through the delivery with CNG tanks, and I would like to call that problem-solving mechanisms. Thank you, and I will go to the last question for you today, coming from the LPG and transition fuel angle. How can your organization's focus on LPG serve as a commercial blueprint for other indigenous service companies trying to reposition around transition fuel that the global market now favors?
All right, and I'm going to stretch this a lot more beyond LPG because it's our next line of bread and butter. You realize that part of the decade of gas mandate is to make fuel delivery less on hydrocarbons but more on cleaner energies. So how is the cleaner fuels more attractive? Apart from the infrastructural costs of, putting down LPG turbines, CNG turbines.
Okay, sorry about that, please. We would have to introduce our final speaker for today, Ms. Yumi, Ministry Limited. Please, round of applause for him when he makes his way to the stage. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. You're welcome. Okay. All right, sir. Okay, now you can go on.
Okay.
Thank you.
I need to start. I need to rewind. No, it's fine. I mean, if the audience is okay with catching the question, I'm fine with continuing. Are you okay? Okay. All right. So I'm going to talk beyond LPG now. I'm going to stretch the entire gas value chain deliverability for operational expediency and cost reduction. The decade on gas mandate is to work towards using natural gas components as an enabler in doing business. Being an active participant that's involved with a mini LNG processing company and trying to convince clients to turn over from hydrocarbon heavy fuel diesel to LPG and CNG. Let me liken the situation with when the fuel subsidy was removed. We all screamed in this country. But today, the ease with which we get the products and manage our plants is so commendable for this government, if nothing, that it's brought value. And so to our clients and the commercial people, trying to convert from heavy hydrocarbons to the lighter clean energy alternative is a bit, you need to push a little because the cost of buying those turbines is actually a bit high for them. But the long-term value is like it costs close to 50% of your costs in the long run. So what you lose in conversion, you gain, in less than 2 years, depending on what industry you're operating from using LPG instead of using diesel or any other, or petrol, if you have, to the little barber on the street and to the little salon person, is that if you make that cost savings to turn over to LPG, for instance, or CNG, or LNG, which is much more cheaper, you will have a 50% cost in savings. Tell me who wouldn't take that advantage if you know the full implication. And there is overtly so much availability of gas. You all know that we're struggling in this country to have zero elimination of gas flare. If our industrialists and the people who are investing in the project can, scale over the hurdles of cost of setting up the business and get into operation, Nigeria will be better for it. So today I preach LPG conversion, CNG and LNG alternatives to run our industry is the way to go in this country for a cleaner, better operation and cheaper.
Thank you very much. I hope you have your questions. You've written down your question because the time will come I would ask the audience for questions. Okay, so Mr. Musumi, I hope that I got that correctly. Musumi. Right? Okay, so I would do a deep dive to the digital and data side of ESG. You coming from the digital system and capability development, and I would bring you with your broad knowledge. I would ask the first question, which is ESG transparency and premium barrel. How do you think indigenous African producers can use ESG transparency to position their barrel as premium, low risk, and bankable products for global refines? You could just wrap it up because we have less time right now, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm audible now? Okay. Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. Okay, the evolution right now is that compliance is more or less a pricing mechanism right now, as opposed to, ESG is more or less a pricing mechanism right now, as opposed to just a compliance requirement. Yeah? As far back as 2008, when I had a little working arrangement with Aquitaine Oil and Gas, 2008, when climate change was not on the front burner in Nigeria, at the time. And what I learned, in that engagement to try and raise $1.5 billion was that verifiable data, is equivalent, or is the access, is what gives access, enables, value creation, essentially. If your data is verifiable, if you can provide verifiable data, then it is much, much easier to create market value. African producers must recognize that refineries with net zero commitments require low carbon, feedstock, in order to meet their scope 3 carbon reduction emissions. The likes of BP, Shell, and Total Energies. So what that tells you is that what gives you a competitive edge on the marketplace is not quality of crude alone. It is how you're able to position the carbon intensity, or lack of carbon, or the reduction in the carbon intensity of your product. That is what is actually providing a competitive advantage on the marketplace. So with that in mind, you want to build infrastructure and establish structures that give you proof through third-party verification, that you have low carbon emissions, and it will enable you capture a competitive advantage on the marketplace, because what everybody's looking for essentially is a differentiation that is determined by measurable data. Did I?
Sure, everyone got that right. Did you guys understand what he said? Okay, so I would just jump right to the second question coming from digital transformation, digital twin, Internet of Things. How can Nigerian energy companies practically use digital twin and Internet of Things to provide real-time ESG data that financiers now demand before releasing funds to the upstream development?
You know, what I like about digital twins is that they're like, for those of you who like video games, it's a beautiful concept where you have a replica, a virtual replica of your actual assets. So, for instance, if they're oil wells or whatever production facilities and all that, you just have it on your dashboard or your computer, and they mirror the real-time operational activities on your asset. Yeah? So it's a video game, but it's a real-time video game that gives serious operational data. And the way this works is that using Internet of Things, the network is created in such a way that sensors are attached to maybe the oil wells or the pipelines or wherever it is, and the technical people who know this stuff know how they are, embedded. And then they transmit real-time data to the dashboard. So you're viewing what is happening physically on the virtual platform. The essential benefit of this as well is that you're able to provide this sort of dashboard or create an API of some sort. Your financiers can log in and see in real time, what is happening, your carbon emissions, gas flaring, whatever it is, even if it's security issues, they'll be able to see in real time. So it enables for real-time decisions as well, for proactive decisions as well. In the past, ESG was an annual event where you give a report of what happened the previous year. Now, international finance institutions are not buying into that again. They want to see and be able to take this decision. So what you have available to you, the information you have available to you, when you have available to you, has to be available to these banks in real time for them to remove information asymmetry, that is information imbalance, where one person has, access to and the other person does, So it removes trust issues and enables for proper, and fast project financing. And I'll tell you, this is extremely very important because your financiers or lenders or partners don't need to ask you for data and ask you to verify, and ask you to, in this case, ask you to find somebody that they believe has a more credible, verification infrastructure to verify. They know what is going on with you in real time. So it eliminates the downtime for financing, because in the past, especially with climate finance, it will usually take between 9 and 3 years for funds to come in, and projects cannot wait that long. Do you understand? So this is a beautiful concept.
Okay.
I feel like I haven't done justice enough to it, because there's a lot to talk about it.
There's a lot to talk about digital transformation. I do not know the tool you use for real-time monitoring. So there's a tool my organization uses, PIGL.
Mm-hmm.
We call it RTC 360. He scans this whole space and puts it on a digital space where you can monitor and understand your facility better. You can as well get your as-built documentation. You do modeling from that device. We have it, our boat is just around the corner. So you can probably, you can check about it. So to us, digital twin is like the real deal. AI, everybody's interested in AI. So the world is going to be digitalized. You just have to.
AI allows for forecasting.
Yeah.
It takes that information and it can tell what's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 years. So nobody needs, you already have an existing scenario. So to be able to use what has already happened to project what could happen in the next 2 or 3 years provides for more credible data than what we had in the past, So it's a beautiful concept.
Okay.
And it's what, pretty much every African producer should be looking at. That's the future now,
Yes, digital twin is the future now. So that brings me to my last question for you. I saw your section yesterday where you brought up SAP, called the Strategy Alignment Process. So we're talking about reskilling. How is Ministry Limited helping energy firms to reskill technical teams so that decarbonization is treated as an operational efficiency, not just compliance?
We will not leave here if we go into that. So,
So you just briefly, 1 minute.
but essentially, it's for instance, let's take an example for financial training. Instead of we reframe decarbonization from it just being a process or a process with greening as an objective into an opportunity for revenue generation and cost saving. So instead of thinking that you're going to have to put certain things in place because the international community feels that these things should be in place in order to mitigate or to adapt to climate change, that right there is the means to make money. So that's one of the focus that we do. Like I said earlier, compliance is not just to meet criteria or to meet the requirement for operation any longer. It's not only a pricing mechanism, it provides competitive advantage, and it provides an opportunity for us to get the other green thing, which is, the dollar bucks, right, or the naira bucks. So that's what we also focus. That's how that's the approach we use in that sort of training in getting the financial end of it understood as an opportunity. For every other segment, especially the operational aspect of it, the upskilling is basically upskilling now. We're not essentially reskilling because these guys already understand the technical nature of what they need to do. But that in itself, again, is more or less a mindset shift thing. What they need to understand from a profit orientation, they need to understand from how they understand return on investment, the technical guys, the need for the new skills that we impact on them. So the reframing across board is basically from one of operations to one of value capturing, essentially. Yeah.
So I just have one last question for the three panelists here. From your different perspective, what is the one ESG action Nigerian operators must prioritize in the next 10 months or let's say 24 months if you want to remain competitive? Do you have an idea? Is it just a free question?
It's a general question.
Yes, from your different perspective, yeah.
I didn't hear you. I thought you said you were going to ask someone else.
No. I said from your different perspective, what is the one ESG action Nigerian operators must prioritize in the coming months?
It's making sure that real-time data is available to, to the entire ecosystem, their own data as it is. Making sure that they create APIs to their dashboard so that when they are going into any prospective, partnership or arrangement with anyone, they can simply just give API access to anybody to log in and see what they're doing. Transparency by making real-time data available is extremely important, which is why the Internet of Things, the digital twins, essentially a model to go now. And that's the best approach because one, it helps them put a tab on their operational, efficiency and operational, effectiveness. They know what's going on. They can address concerns head on real time. But then this information also becomes an opportunity to create data-driven, performance for financing. It's so critical that they could also hedge this information to sell as carbon credits. So there's a there are multiple benefits to be gained from being able to provide real-time data to the wide spectrum of possible partners or your partners or lenders or financiers or the entire community stakeholders in your market. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Hamed, do you have anything to say?
Yes, I do. So I like what Mr. Msumi said. Msumi, right? Thank you. So you see, data is actually what tells the story. You may be doing very great, you may be operating very efficiently, but if you don't have that data, other people are going to tell your own story. So you have to tell it yourself. And how you can do that is by first thing, the most basic thing is by knowing your current numbers, and that is the baselining. Everything, as long as we're talking about carbon intensity, carbon emission, global warming, climate change, is about figures. Because we have aspirations, we have targets. Now, how can you monitor what you cannot measure? I think it will be very difficult, if possible at all, right? So that baseline, knowing what you are doing currently, because many operators may even be surprised when they see the number. It will be very far from their own assumption. It could be the real number may even show that they are doing below what they were anticipating, or they are actually doing very far. So if they have this baseline, it triggers action. And it brings about credibility. And this data is not just to come and say, this is my baseline emission. It has to be something that will be subjected to assurance. So there are independent verifiers that needs to do this, because you cannot be the judge in your own case. If this data is going out and it's going to stakeholders that will take investment decision, off-take decisions, any market or commercial decision, then they need to be sure that this data is to a very reasonable extent valid and it really represents your assets. So having that baseline emission is the most important thing. And when you see this, your data comes, you look at it from different scopes of emission, scope 1, 2, 3. You have very little to do with control to do with scope 3, but 1 and 2, especially 1, scope 1. So you will be able to see what aspect of my operations in the value chain, where am I even emitting more? So that you will focus your energy more in doing that. Remember the Pareto principle, the 80-20. This is a principle I found that it applies to almost everything in life. So that is the one action that is very important and very critical for all operators, irrespective of where they are, to what level they are operating, and what their goals are, because you have to know where you are currently. That will tell you how fast you need to move in order to attain your destination. Remember that the carbon intensity, the conversation around carbon intensity is far, far beyond compliance, like what Mr. Msumi said. It's about competitiveness. It's about unlocking the market. It's about unlocking financing. It is very difficult to get financing, and oil and gas projects are capital intensive. So it's now beyond compliance. It's now, it forms part of capital discipline and commercial strategy. Thank you.
Ma, do you have anything to add?
Yes. So my parting words on ESG is that ESG is no longer a tag phrase, like I started to say. When ESG is treated as a strategy in organizations rather than an obligation, it becomes a source of premium pricing. Capital, access, and long-term relevance becomes bankable if ESG is wholly incorporated into our operations.
Thank you. So I would now have questions from the audience. Do I have anyone? I will just take 3 questions and we're done. Okay, please. And your question, please direct it to the panelists you want to respond to that.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Muhammad Usman Saleh. My question goes to Mr. Ahmad. Given that fossil fuel remains essential for powering heavy-duty industrial energy systems. And the renewable sources we have right now, such as solar, is inadequate to power this equipment. So what is the authority doing? That's the measures and policies the authorities are implementing to reduce the carbon emission. While, of course, having in mind, you've talked about how carbon capture utilization and storage is a bit costlier. So what are the authorities doing?
So I didn't get your name, but if I got your question correct, you're trying to, you're saying that the renewable energy has certain limitations in powering our systems, what we require, right? So that is a bit of challenge, like what do we, or what are operators doing to decarbonize the system to reduce the emission? Is that what you're asking? Okay, so great. So the first part about renewables, and I remember you specifically mentioned solar as an example. So, you know, there is, for any technology to be adopted, there is what is called the 3 A's or 4 A's, you know, of adoption. It has to be acceptable, accessible, and what? Affordable, right? Yeah. So what is actually limiting the utilization of solar? So I'm not answering your question. I'm trying to even like touch the first part, the solar aspect. You know, if you notice, if you check the data, like 10 years, 15, 20 years back, you will notice that solar, you know, is very, very expensive to deploy. But what is happening today, you would see that even artisans, you know, on the streets doing their decent job, they can now afford to install this. So I will tell you that there are large-scale industrial solar installations that power very large systems. There are a lot of some companies, let me not say a lot, because I want to speak within Nigeria. So I'm not talking about far part of the world. Even within Nigeria, there are companies that I don't want to mention name that have large-scale industrial, you know, level in terms of solar utilization, and they are using it. But that is by the side. So as the technology is evolving, a lot of research, R&D investment is going in, you will tend to understand that the efficiency of the photovoltaic cells is becoming, you know, they are becoming more efficient. You know, now, even when the radiation is very low now, we have those PV cells that can actually, you know, absorb. So, but the major problem is actually with the storage itself, not even converting the solar energy into electrical or whatever form. It's actually the storage. And even that one, a lot of investment is going on in that. And as this investment, the R&D is actually paying off the research, you would be seeing reduction in cost. Because part of the reasons why it is not deployed in large scale, because if you're going large scale, it tends to be, you know, more capital intensive. And we know solar at first, when you are deploying it, is capital intensive, right? But the levelized cost over time is cheaper, obviously. So when you imagine when you have a maybe 2 megawatt requirement, 5 megawatts, 10 megawatts, 20 megawatts. So imagine the capital you need to deploy at first in comparison with diesel or gas turbine generators. So it's about cost actually and the technology. And the technology is evolving and developing very fast, very rapidly. And as the technology is developing, the cost will also be going down. And that will enable utilization of solar and even other renewables in large scale in industrial scale. But that is one part. But to your main question, how this the emissions, you know, can be actually reduced. So, you know, most of these things are behavioral actually. From if we take it at individual levels now, not even corporate, in our various houses, what are we doing? Most of this is actually behavioral. Yeah, so I understand I'm talking too much, so let me answer you very, very quickly. So it's by being deliberate. Once you are intentional about something, you will always see the ways. I gave you an example in upstream operations. It's about energy efficiency, utilizing the gas that is otherwise being flared, detecting all the leakages and fixing this. If you will be able to do these three things, then you will solve a lot of the issues. I hope that answers you. You are not fully satisfied, but I have to. I'm being moderated. Thank you.
Oh, you can meet him privately and close that out. So I have the last person. Yeah, we'll just take 2 questions and that's all, please.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Let me congratulate our sister with what she has done with our LOC. Your business model has worked.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. It revolves on trust. The localities where you operate have built trust. And when people are trusted, you have faith. Faith follows when people are trusted. Let me congratulate you on that business model. The second part of what I intend to mention is what our brother has brought to the fore, IoT. I will not go too far, but somebody was picked on his love bed and just picked in the midnight. Georeferencing. We can deploy your model and in agriculture. Sensors, you can manage your farm from the quiet of your room. Data is so important. And even for our sensors, when you deploy people, you can georeference even where they are. And then show whether they are population or not, whether people even exist there. Your model is very key and want to buy into it, sir. Please, gentlemen, at least I'm in school. I've been in school since yesterday. Here, learning something new. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you very much to our panelists. I really, really appreciate you for joining this section. Thank you for the practical insight, and I'm sure every one of us here has taken something home. So today's discussion clearly shows that ESG is no longer a reporting exercise. It is now a strategic tool for competitiveness, financing, and operational efficiency for Africa's energy industry. On behalf of the organizers, I did like to say thank you to our audience, thank you to our panelists. My name remains Ideate Laifa, and I'm the Business Development Manager for Polaris Integrated and Joe Solutions Limited. Thank you for joining us.
A round of applause for them. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, panelists, for that robust discussion. Now, the message is very clear. ESG is no longer a cost. It is a competitive advantage for Africa's energy future. I want you to put your hands together for them one more time. All right, we have a picture session. We're just going to take a photograph, and then we'll present your certificates to every one of you except ministry. Mr. Me. All right, please just come for the photograph session. Thank you. A round of applause for them one more time. Dr. Victor, please. Can we have the certificates? Okay, we have them. All right, we just present the, thank you. We'll present, okay. All right, so we're presenting this to Miss Layefa Igbe. And Ms. Onyechi Obi. Okay. She didn't mind that. We're sorry about that. Yes. Okay, the next one is for my brother, Mr. Ghazali Ahmed. Don't we look alike? All right, a round of applause for them. Thank you very much, Dr. Victor. All right, from policy and strategy, we'll move to the next one, which is practical solutions. We'll be focusing on efficiency, energy security, and decarbonization through renewables. So this afternoon, our presentation will demonstrate how solar integration can enhance operational efficiency while supporting Nigeria's decarbonization goals. Ladies and gentlemen, to take us on this ride this afternoon, we have the Chief Executive Officer of Rockview Integrated Energy Service Limited. Now, this person and his team have added so much value to NIES in the years past. They're one of the most interesting segments we used to have in the workshop sessions, and we have him again this year. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for one of our favorites, Mr. Austin Mbemere, as he comes for his session. A round of applause till he gets here, please. Round of applause for him. Nice to have you again this year. You're welcome. You have the stage now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, that's a video of a residential installation, solar installation that we've done earlier this year. So the presentation slide, I don't know if they're ready, so we'll just move in. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to speak about integrating solar energy into the oil and gas operations and talking about the three key benefits, in terms of cost efficiency, energy security, and of course decarbonization, which has been spoken about. I'm very happy that this session that just concluded now happened. I'm sure by now no one can say that he does not have a clear idea or knowledge about ESG and decarbonization. I quite also want to appreciate one of the speakers, Mr. Ghazali, who did a very good job in explaining that. So if my slide is ready, let's run. Okay, so the topic, integrating solar energy into oil and gas operations, and just a pathway to cost efficiency, energy security, and decarbonization in Nigeria. Next. Okay, so just to talk about context. Over time, before now, it was very difficult to think that an oil and gas company will be thinking of integrating, having a solar farm or a solar system to run their operations. But right now, it's no longer, it's no brainer to think about integrating solar energy into your operations. And if we look at the context, we're seeing that for Nigerian oil and gas reality, there is high dependence on diesel and gas-fired captive power generating sets. And then there's also the issue of rising costs and logistics costs as well. Even the earlier panel, one of the speakers made mention, the challenges, that they encounter with diesel and fuel, sometimes the unreliability, sometimes the high cost, and they are already thinking of switching their fleets to CNG powered vehicles. And of course, for locations where they have grid, there is unreliability, and of course, which causes operational downtime. And then also with increasing ESG regulatory and investor pressure, companies are now thinking smart and forward-looking to see how they can reduce their CO2 emissions on their operations. And what you get, when you do this, you find out that, the operators will reduce costs and also improve reliability and sustainability of their operations. Next slide. Okay, so the question, why solar? I mean, there are other sources of energy that are out there. And for me, what I preach is to have an integrated energy system. So it's not just one source. We can still have the diesel generator right there. We can still have the gas-powered systems, and then also have the solar system integrated all together. And the setup that we have now, they can all be integrated to work together, such that, the solar system, so these that they are low, we don't have enough radiance, the inverter can trigger the generator to come up and run, and then when the battery storage system charges, it shuts it down automatically, and then the inverter kicks in. So that's the kind of integrated hybrid system that we deploy especially for oil and gas operations. And solar is something that is very, very abundant, in Nigeria and in Africa. And if you look at the world at large, Africa alone has over 60% of this sun resource. So what that means is that we have this energy, we have this resource. So why don't we tap into it, take advantage of it to drive value for our operations? And then it's also a strategic rationale, to integrate solar energy into oil and gas operations. And then there's also, while the panel was also going on, there is also a mention that solar systems, the cost of solar systems are going down. Before now, maybe 5-10 years ago, it was very, very high, to install a solar system. But with what is happening, with the improvements in technology, and then of course the visibility that is coming with the technology, there's a lot of competition that is also driving down costs. And then there's also more efficiency as well as we proceed. Then there's also a declining proven reliability in industrial and hybrid applications. Someone asked the question, if solar can power industrial applications. The answer is yes, but of course, when you look at the initial investment, it might look as if it's huge. But when you look at the levelized cost of energy, maybe 5-10 years ago, solar wouldn't win that race. But right now, what is happening, solar has a very competitive advantage, to match up, in that race. And then there's also a strong alignment with energy transition objectives, which the Nigerian government is also driving and championing in line with global, other global organizations. Next slide. So talking about, statistics, and of course, I believe that it is important that we support the oil and gas companies, to be more efficient and to also win, in the scheme of things. The other day, we were listening to a session where the minister made a reference that the cost of producing a barrel in Nigeria is more higher than the cost of producing a cost of barrel in some other parts of the world. So the question is, and if you look at it, if you take a deep dive into that scenario, you find out that the operational cost of producing the barrel also affects the overall project cost at the end of the day. So if we optimize our operations and drive down cost, of course, the cost of producing the barrel will also reduce. So that's something I think that we also need to look at. And for Africa, even though we're talking about energy transition, it's important for us to understand that it has to be just. Africa has about 600 million people, even though last week, just a few days ago, the executive secretary of GECF said that the number has actually gone up to 700 million. That 700 million accounts for about 43% or thereabouts of the total population in Africa. So that is a challenge. And out of that 600 million people, that do not have access to energy, about 80 million of them reside in Nigeria. So if we are talking about energy transition, we also have to transition, but at least see how we can optimize our operation, integrate renewable energy into producing the oil and gas, oil and petroleum, which is our major income earner for exports. And again, talking about when you look at also the whole world population that lack access to electricity, 80% of them reside in Africa. So Africa needs to make sure that we have energy sufficiency, energy security, and then with time, we can now start thinking of going fully renewable, which I also do not think is practical if you look at it in the scheme of things. Why do I think it's not practical? By training, I have my diploma in electrical and electronics engineering, and then I have a bachelor's in geophysics. If you look at it critically, some of the materials that we use to produce the materials for the renewable energy are all most of them are byproducts of petroleum. If you talk about the inverter, some of the components that are being used, even the transformer that's inside the inverter, which is a must, the mineral oil that's inside the transformer is a byproduct of petroleum. Some of the insulators that are inside the inverter, they are byproduct of petroleum. If you look at the battery, the casing, some of them are plastics. So if you look at it, and if you look at it, on the long scale, so every of the energy sources has a role to play. The fossil fuel, the renewables, they all have to work together. So for me, what I see is that at the end of the day, it's going to be an integrated system. The only thing that will happen is that the oil and gas companies will try to see how to reduce their CO2 emissions while still producing sustainably, because whether we like it or not, we still need that petroleum, especially in Africa. Next slide. And then, okay, so talking about in terms of value proposition, so these three are very, very important value that we can get out of integrating solar into our operations. Cost efficiency has been talked about. Energy security has been talked about. Of course, decarbonization and ESG compliance has also been talked about. So these are very critical benefits that we can also get, by the time we integrate solar into our operations. And solar is no longer a replacement. It's now a strategic complement to existing energy systems, which is what I said earlier. So for the companies that already have their gensets that is being run by diesel or gas, whatever it is, bringing in solar into the mix is going to be an integration system that will drive the operations, and of course, which will increase the operational resilience of their sites and also help them drive down cost as well. And then on the long run, they will begin to see more value, right? Next slide. Then cost efficiency, of course, that will be reduction in the operational expenditure, and then reduction in fuel and gas consumption, because when you already have the solar system integrated into the system, of course, it's going to drive down the reliance on diesel and gas, so that will now be backup power when there are downtimes, and then they're also going to be, of course, reduced, because we are no longer using the generators as always. There's going to be reduction in the maintenance and of course the runtime. And then there's also going to be a long-term energy cost savings, and that will increase the margin. Next slide. Then for energy security, which is the second benefit that is very, very critical, it will improve the availability of power for those sites. And then we're also going to have on-site generation, which will reduce grid dependence for the locations that have access to the grid. There are some oil and gas facilities that do not have access to the grid at all. So for those ones, it's going to be an off-grid system that will be off-grid hybrid system that will be running the sites. And then hybrid systems, which will also ensure continuous power supply. Then battery storage also supports the critical load during outages. So that will now increase the uptime and also ensure that we have operational resilience, which I said earlier. Next, the third one, which has been talked about, decarbonization and the impact. So there are companies or investors that for them to invest in a company, they want to see their plan in terms of climate change, ESG, even CSR. So when they see that the company have commitment to these three things, they are most likely to make commitment in terms of investment. And then there's going to be a significant reduction in the CO2 emissions. And then also, there's also going to be a strong performance metrics for the companies. Of course, for the ones that measure their CO2, the reduction in their CO2 emissions. And then which also aligns with the Nigerian government's transition commitment. Next slide. Okay, so in terms of solar integration architecture, there are different systems that can be deployed to an oil and gas facility, depending on the peculiarity of that particular location. Like I said, for locations that have access to the grid, the deployment is going to be different from another location that do not have access to the grid. So the first one will be an integration of solar PV and then the diesel generator, which is also a hybrid system. But in this case, we do not have a battery system, no battery backup. So the PV systems, they also have what we call microinverters, and they are supplying energy in real time during the day. And then perhaps in the night, the diesel generator will kick on and supply energy to the facility. Then the next one is having a solar PV system that is integrated with a battery energy storage system, and then also integrated with a generator set. So all three of them working together. For that system, the generator will work less because when the solar PVs will take care of the load during the day, and then in the night, the battery systems will come in and supply energy. And then perhaps, maybe if need be, if there is a downtime, then the generator sets, will also kick up to supply energy. And then we also have the grid-connected solar with peak shaving. So for these ones, if there has to be a grid system in place that will also be working hand in hand with the system. And then we also have, for a bigger scale, fully autonomous microgrids, and in some cases, mini grids for remote locations. And of course, for that one, it has to be a location that has a massive load, maybe in an industrial scale. And then, so next slide. Okay, so for the hybrid systems, the solar basically, of course, as we know, once there is sunlight, it will supply the base load with the energy that it needs to run. And of course, just to also mention that, okay, I think I will get there. Then for the battery, of course, smooth intermittency so that there's no downtime at all. And that's the beauty of inverter. So unlike generator sets, let's say, for example, if there is a grid system in place, if the grid goes, you don't have to, that will be a quick downtime. You don't have to go and turn on the generator. But when you have an inverter system, you don't have that, you don't experience that because the inverter kicks in almost immediately, as if nothing happened, right? So that's something to pay attention to. technical, the slide. So why that is coming on, I would like the presentation to also be interactive, yeah? So at this point, I don't know if any of us have any question before I proceed. Okay. All right. Mike.
My name is Chidima Obi. During the rainy season and when the sun is not so high, needs a technology that can curb it in solar arrangement. And that makes it that, solar is not 100% dependent. All right. So if you were operating you're an operator and you're not in the grid and you're preaching the language of solar that is going to eliminate, fossil fuels and decarbonization, you have to preach the balance. Do you understand? It's either that the solar panels are accompanied with wind, which we have in abundance too, in those areas of operations that do not have grid. You cannot do 100% solar.
All right, thank you very much for that question. So there's something I'm going to show you in my presentation, yeah? That will answer that question. So there's something that we don't pay attention to when we do solar. That's why we always recommend, when you want to do solar and enjoy solar, go with a professional company to do the installation. Now, what a professional company will do differently from what an ordinary installer will do is that the professional company, before they install your solar, they will do an energy audit, monitor your energy pattern. With that, they will now do a design that will suit your condition. And again, that design might even have a backup time of 4 days or 1 week, depending on your budget. So if it rains for, let's say, 4 days, 5 days, you don't have any business, you are running. Do you understand? So I'm going to show a typical design that we are doing for an oil and gas facility. And then you see how we pay attention to the load, and then now narrow it down to what will be deployed, in terms of the capacity of the amount of battery and all of that, all of those details. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so the generator also provides generators backup, and then so basically what we're preaching is that generators will just be a backup system and the solar system will run. And again, just to also mention, so that to balance what you said, so for the oil and gas operations, yeah, what I've seen is that if they want to do solar, they make significant investment in the solar. So it's not like I have one battery and one inverter and I say no. They make significant investments in solar. So what that means is that they have a robust system that can last for days, even if there is no grid, even if there is no generator, right? Next slide. Then across the value chain, I think the areas that we can actually deploy the solar systems. So and it cuts across upstream, midstream, and downstream. For the upstream, some of the wellheads, they have sensors. And of course, just as you know, if there's no power, nothing works. So at every facility, we need power. So the same thing with the oil and gas facilities. They need power to run. And some of the wellheads, they have sensors. They have monitoring systems and sensors that are attached to them, so that they can monitor the performance of those wells remotely. Yeah, they can be powered, with the solar power. Flow stations, manifolds, remote camps, and offices of these companies, can also be powered, by solar. And then for the midstream, we have pipeline booster stations, and then compressors, which all can be powered by solar if a proper design is done and deployed. And then for the downstream, of course, the refineries, the fuel terminals, and if I look at this stand of Merman, you can see a fuel terminal, and on top of that fuel terminal, you can see there are solar panels on top of the DC. So that model is something that can work, and it has been working for a lot of terminals. I know some terminals that run fully on solar. Do you understand? So if a terminal that sells fuel is going green using solar, so it's important. It tells you that there is a value in it. Yeah. Then of course their buildings, their depot can all run on solar. Next slide. For Nigeria advantage, like I said earlier, Nigeria has a lot of advantage, and we have solar in abundance, especially if you go to the north. You know, we have a lot of resources. And of course, I think we have gotten to a time when the market is ready for solar. Yeah? Of course, what is driving that? Number one, subsidy was removed, right? And then in the past, we used to have intermittent scarcity of petroleum products from time to time. So all of those details, all of those, were driving solar penetration, and then we've gotten to a point, even the electricity even the grid that we have relied on for so many, the subsidy has also been reduced. And then we now have a tiered down payment system where you're either on band A, or you're on band B, or you're band C, or band E, right? So the guys on band A, we noticed that they started complaining that, look, they can't continue with this cost. In fact, there is a client that we did the installation for. He said he wants to go totally off-grid, meaning he has grid 247 in his house. So what he will do, he will just go and switch it off and now be running on solar. So all of those changes, is also driving the readiness for solar. And of course, we have about an average, and of course, we have the solar irradiance of 4.5 to 6 kilowatt hour per meter square in a day. And of course, that is significant, because if you look at the distance of the Earth from the sun, which is about 147 kilometers, that's the closest, in terms of the revolving around the sun. And that is some significant of sunlight that we can tap into. The energy is there, tap into it, and then use it for your own benefit. And then we have a large land availability at the oil and gas sites. So I've visited some of the sites. Some of them are in remote areas. They have vast amount of land that they can use to deploy the PV systems. And then there's also a growing local engineering, procurement, and construction capability, and of course, even operational maintenance capability in country to support the oil and gas companies, with solar solutions. And then we also have supportive renewable energy policies from the government side that is also helping to drive progress. Next slide. Okay, so in terms of technical considerations, which was what I was driving at when I responded to that woman, the load profiling has to be done, and of course, the critical load, you have to identify your critical load. And then, of course, do a PV sizing that will be able to match up to supply the energy that those load and critical load need to run for the backup time that is needed, whether 1 day, whether 4 days, without any shutdown. And of course, a battery storage system that will also ensure autonomy, and then also have to consider the environment where the system is going to be installed, whether it's dust, heat free, and then if there's also ventilation in the houses. And then also integration with the existing electrical systems. Different houses or different locations have different wiring system, and we need to pay attention to that. Next. Okay, of course, I don't need to spend so much time on this. It's now a bankable business case, like I said earlier. Then, of course, even though the capital, the capex in terms of initial investment in solar looks big, but over time it makes a lot of savings. And Next. So implementation roadmap. So when we want to integrate solar systems into an oil and gas operation, it has to be a phased approach where we have to follow some steps. And these are some of the steps that I have listed. Number one, we have to do a feasibility study and do a load assessment. After doing that, that is what you will now use to do a design that will suit that particular facility. And once that is done, you now enter into financing. How is the project going to be financed? Get the funding, and then procure the materials. Then installation, construction happens, and then you commission. Then after you finish commissioning, you have to also do an as-built design, which shows exactly detail of what has been installed, in case if there's any variation from the initial design, right? So you also have to do that for maintenance purposes. And then, of course, operations, monitoring, and optimization of the system will now happen. Next slide, let me show you something. So, like I said earlier, you can have the best of equipment to deploy your solar system and still have a bad experience. Why? Because it was probably not installed by an experienced company or professionals, right? So what that does is that your design is very important. If you get your design right, you also have to get the components right. Now, the market is already getting infiltrated with substandard products. If you go to a place they call Alaba in Lagos, you'll be shocked. You will see them, removing stickers of products and pasting another sticker on that same product, maybe a 3 kVA. They will now put a 5 kVA sticker on it, and you buy it and think it's 5 kVA. By the time you deploy it and apply a load that a 5 kVA should carry, it will shut it down. You will not be wondering what's happening. So you need to get your components right and buy from a reputable source. Then the installation also has to be done by a professional company, and then maintenance as well. And just to talk about design, let me just show you a typical design, right, of a project that we're working on already. Next. So this system, this installation is a 22.5 kVA system with a 90 kilowatt hour battery backup. And then these are the critical load. So before we even did the design, we went to site and took a record of the appliances. So on this site, we're going to be powering all their IT infrastructure, all their monitoring infrastructure, all their security infrastructure, and then also provide electricity to run that facility, right? And before we came up to the capacity that we are deploying, we had to do all of those details. And even this one, we also have a mast, a glow mast that we're also going to be powering with the solar system. And these are the basic load. And again, even in this site, we have two different energy need. We have some appliances that are running on AC, that's alternating current. And then we also have other appliances that are running on DC. It's very complicated, but we're able to do it because we have to come up with a solution. And what the solution we have to come up with is for the DC load, the distance, if the distance was shorter, it's fine. You can connect them from the distribution bus, the DC distribution bus. But this one, the distance is apart. So what we had to do was to deploy rectifiers, so to now convert from AC to DC and then power those loads. Then, in terms of energy demand, so those are the breakdowns. Next, let me rush through it. So, just to also have to show a design of what the installation will look at the end of the day, right? Because it also gives commitment, an assurance to the client that yes, you know what you are doing, and of course, it will also hold you accountable as the one deploying the project to make sure that you stick to the design that is being agreed between the client and the provider. Next. So this design, we're doing the installation inside the caravan, right? And then we're going to have like a carport kind of that we're going to mount all the PV. So this is like the dimensions of the caravan. Next. So this will be what the installation will look like by the time we are done inside. So we have the battery systems, storage systems lined up. There are about 6 of them. It's not so clear. and then we're going to have the inverters up. Then we also have a ventilation system, because we're installing it in a caravan. We have a ventilation system that is also going to be automated with sensors, temperature sensors, that once the temperature gets to a certain threshold, it will trigger the ventilators to extract all the heat, and then once the temperature comes down to a certain distance, it will trigger off automatically. Nobody is handling it, so it's going to work automatic. And then we have all the protection systems next on the system. So this is the isometric diagram of what the stanchion that will carry this PV system will look like next. And then this is the side view showing the angle of inclination next. And then this will be the solar array. So we're going to have about 6 strings on this side, and all of them are going to be connected to the inverter systems next. So this is a daily energy generation that we're going to have, get the peak power that we're going to generate from the solar panel. So the solar panel that we're going to be deploying for this site is about 620 watts, and we're going to be using about 30 pieces of it. And then if you look through the calculation, you see that in a day, peak power, we're going to be generating about 70,000 peak power. You must not necessarily get to this, but the peak power. So we pay attention to this. And of course, even though we had proposed something much higher, the client came back to say, due to budget constraint, let's cut down on this. So those can happen. And of course, there is mutual agreement between the developer and the client. So and then to also manage the expectation. And if you look below, where we stated that the energy generated is less than the energy that is demanded. So we're on the same page, right? So next slide. So this is a schematic of the connections that has the whole details. It's not so clear, but you can see in specifics every detail of everything that we're going to use: materials, breakers, the MPPT, the inverters, battery system, everything, even the earthing system for the installation. Next. The ventilation system arrangement. Next. Okay, so this is just a list of every material that we're going to deploy to the site. Next. Next, the same thing. Okay, so I think, just run through it. Next, distribution. Okay, so just like I said, the essence of this, basically, you might not really see all the details, but it shows you that for every job that is being deployed for the oil and gas facilities, it has to be detailed, and attention has to be paid to everything. Earth protection and bonding, the type of DC earth electrode that will be used, to everything, even the lighting arrestor, everything has to be detailed. Next slide. No, that's not. Back to the presentation. Run through. Next. Okay, so next, just go to the next. So, okay, so for strategic recommendation, oil and gas companies that are thinking to integrate solar can also start, do a pilot project, which is what some companies are doing. Do a pilot project, especially where they have very high, diesel costs with those projects, with those sites, and then see now expand the system with time to other locations as well. And then integrating renewables, for long-term energy strategy. And then also to build an internal renewable capability so that even internally, the people that are working on those sites will know how to operate and run the systems. Then also to track and report their energy and emission savings, which will be needed when they are doing their ESG reporting. Then to also engage the service of professionals to reduce the risk of failure which most people talk about. Yeah, I'm almost done. I think that next. Okay, so in conclusion, basically, so solar is no longer a need to have, it's a must have, you know, and then it's important that we think in that direction, and then it's also good for sustainability, and then which also has a competitive advantage, and then it also enhances resilience for the operations, profitability for the company, because when you are making savings over time, of course you are going to make more, you have more profits. And then it also has a scalable, proven and bankable technology. Solar is scalable. You can do a system today. With time, you can also expand it and scale it up to be able to carry more load. And then it's also a pathway, to support the oil and gas companies, in their energy transition goals. And then in Africa, we must continue to support oil and gas companies for peace and prosperity. Thank you very much. I think that. Questions?
Hello, good day. My name is Shoaib Abdul Hafiz. I currently work at Eastlight Energy, which is a major distributor of seawater energy, solar company. I'm sure you're aware of that. Just wanted to ask one question. Talking about the integration of solar system into the oil and gas sector. You do mention that you're currently using solar to power up these grids and all. I just wanted to ask, in terms of solar panels, inverter and battery, is there any system that's been put in place or initiative that's been put in place for manufacturing these solar panels, or do we just rely on the import of these solar panels and the rest? Thank you.
Okay, so, every company has a strategic direction, right, that they want to go and what they want to do. So for us, we are not looking to manufacture anytime soon. Manufacturing is a whole different ball game altogether. So we deliver solutions, right, with products from reputable and reliable manufacturers. Do you understand? And that reputation from those manufacturers is not built in 1 year. It's not built in 10 years. Some of those companies have been in existence for 50 years and more. So there are products that have proven to be reliable, are the products that we use to deploy the solution to those companies. So we are not looking to manufacture, we don't manufacture, we leverage on good products to deliver solutions. You get that? Yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yesterday we had the African Development Bank. We were talking about financing, energy financing. Unfortunately, I asked the question about, okay, first, my name is Shola Kayode. I was the Nigerian representative to UNEDO, just by way of introducing myself. I asked the question on how we can assist industrial parks, right? Not in the manufacturing area of SMEs being located on industrial parks. Now, your model, the caravan model, seems to be close to what might help my clients. The question is, can your caravans or even containers installed be moved to sites where we want to do some farm gate operations to power just for farm gate operations, so that like cassava mills, we're having cluster of about 1,500, where we are not getting them to transport cassava because all 75% water. They will mash and dewater, and then we can now carry the powder, the cake. So will your modular models be adequate? If so, maybe you can tap into your service.
Yes.
Thank you.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes. The answer is yes.
Thank you very much. I'm a beneficiary of services of Rockview.
Yes.
3 years ago, you were in my office in Port Harcourt, and you installed a facility that has not failed us, I must say, upon how complex our operations are in Port Harcourt. And even our office in Lagos, you also installed it. So we say thank you. And We also, I wish the lady that was here is still here, because I testified to the services that Rockview did and the rigorous engineering that went before with the design and the back and forth and the quarrels we had before we finally agreed at a price that I didn't like so much, but the services which I totally love. And looking at what you're doing with the oil and gas industry, I think we do much to you, to do more business with you. And this is just to validate and support the position that you should just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that's a compliment. And let me use this opportunity to acknowledge and say a very big appreciation to Mr. Chigozie of Polaris Consulting. And then just to also say that the first company that I worked with after my NYSC was Polaris. So this is my first boss, actually. And then when he called up, when he called us 3 years ago, that look, I saw that you are now doing solar. Oh yeah, come over to Port Harcourt, let's discuss. I mean, I didn't have to compete with any company to get the job. I mean, he just gave us the job. So thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate. And then they also opened the Lagos office. They also called us again. No stress. I mean, so the best kind of businesses that we've done are referral businesses, basically. So I want to say thank you to you, sir. Next.
Okay. Good day, sir. My name is Onanuga Zainab. I'm a solar engineer. You mentioned something about load analysis and site conditions. So my question is, once we remove the load analysis and site conditions, like it has been addressed, what usually becomes the next limiting factor to scaling solar in oil and gas operations? You talked about load analysis, site conditions, like you have to address those stuffs. So if we remove that, we address that, what is the next limiting factor when we are scaling solar into oil and gas?
Okay, so maybe another limiting factor could be lack of know-how to operate the system. And that's why in my presentation I talked about making sure that the client, they have an internal capability, you know, to be able to run and manage the system. I give you an example. So inverters are very, very sensitive. There was a site that we visited sometime last month. So because the fact that people that are on that place that they are not too maybe let me use the word, they are careless. You know, they just say, the system just went off. You know, we said okay. We went to the site. What happened? Nothing happened. Nothing happened though. It just went off. Do you understand? Then I said, okay, no problem. Let's just do a quick survey. We went around the facility and then start checking the socket. Then we now saw a socket. In that socket, we now saw a physical bond in that socket. But they said nothing happened though. Do you understand? I mean, and of course, when there are bonds like that on the socket, it will cause a short circuit in the system, and of course the inverter will respond. So all that they needed to do was to just switch off the inverter, and then it will reset itself and then switch it on. But because they did not have access into the inverter, where the inverter system was, that's why they called. So also having proper knowledge of what to do and what not to do is also important. So if we want to have a good experience, you also need to pay attention to understand this, how to run the systems, how to manage them. Right? Thank you. Okay.
All right, I think we don't have. All right, we've come to the end of this session. Let's put our hands together to our facilitator. Thank you, Mr. Ngbemere. Thank you so very much. Please, we need to present your certificate and then take pictures. Dr. Victor, please. Thank you so very much, sir. Dr. Victor, please just hold on here. We'll need you in a bit. We want to say a very big thank you for your time and for being such a wonderful audience. Honestly, if we could respell wonderful, we'll spell it Y-O-U, because you guys were wonderful. Put your hands together for yourselves. So that brings us to the next thing. We had very incredible contributions from all of you, but we had some very spectacular ones, and one of them was our father here. And I mean, he doesn't look his age. He's 80 years old, sound, and he's been like this literally every year. I've met him over and over in our conference over the past 9 years. We've been doing this, and he's been fantastic. One thing I love about him, he likes to empty himself to the next generation. Let's give it up for our father, our big brother, the former representative of Nigeria to UNIDO, Mr. Shola Kayode. All right. We were supposed to give him an award, but we felt we should give it to someone else. And we want to give a certificate to someone very special amongst us. He or she doesn't know that this is coming. And this is one person that's added value to the whole process during the sessions we had today. Ladies and gentlemen, this comes as a surprise. Let's give it up for Mr. Divine Okezie. Okezie, sorry. Please come. He's made very fantastic. You can agree with me. He's looking shocked. He didn't see it coming. We have a certificate for him. He's been wonderful. He's a student who he just graduated. Yeah, he's graduated. He just graduated, and he's a graduate member of the Nigerian Institute of Mechanic Engineers. He has not even gone for NYSC, and his contributions have been fantastic. A round of applause for him, please. And he's single, just in case. I just thought you should know. Thank you. All right, we present this to you. We want to say thank you so much for your valuable contributions. Thank you for being part of the whole process and adding value to the whole process. Thank you very much, sir. Maybe we'll just let him say something.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I don't know how to express myself, but if there's anything I would like to share with everyone, most especially the young people. Okay, let me just reintroduce myself. My name is Divine. Maybe this is distracting. I am an entrepreneur and I'm a public speaker, and as they quite rightly said, I'm fresh out of school. If there's anything I have carried with myself all down my years, is that you must be a person of value. Every other thing comes along, money, opportunities. Always be a person of value. Nigeria might be hard, but you can't depend on the government to make systems for you, right? I gave a TED talk last year, and one of my favorite quotes from that TED talk was that a 9 to 5 can't get you a GLE, and it's fact. So you have to find ways to make things work for yourself. Ethical ways. Please don't go and do Yahoo. But yes, as I would like to use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event for finding me worthy. And I also like to thank our daddy here, sir. You've said very meaningful things, and I would love to connect with you after. I have your number, and please, God bless you. And thank you to everyone. Thank you to Brevity Anderson, and thank you very much. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so very much. And do we have a representative from the Ministry of Petroleum Resources here in this room this afternoon? Do we have someone from NNPC? Okay, can we welcome the team lead for the workshops, Dr. Victor Umwachuku from Brevity Anderson. Can you come up, please? That's my boss, my immediate boss.
What am I supposed to do?
It's closing now, just thank you.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say thank you so much. The past 4 days have been exciting. I want to believe that they were exciting for each and every one of us. We had a series of panel sessions, we had presentations, but most importantly, people had the opportunity to network, to learn new things, to talk, to listen. The workshops are important to us, they're important to NIES because they allow for us to listen more, a warmer environment where you can meet with speakers. It's easy to meet with speakers after each session. But very importantly, thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to having you at NIES 2027. God bless you.
Do we have anybody from Nile University here? Nile University? Yes. Nile University? Okay, doctor, we have someone here. Okay, please come forward. We have a certificate for Nile University for their contribution. Please come. So we're presenting this to Nile University for your contributions to NIES 2026. Thank you very much, Nile University. All right, thank you very much. We want to say thank you so much for making NIES 2026 a very wonderful one. My name is Elvis Nekus Agba, and I want to call this a close. So Elvis is about to leave the building. God bless you. We'll see you in 2027.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
Bye, 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 bye.